regret any inconvenience caused and thank all public officers for their patience and understanding during this period of administrative transition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplemental question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister, based on the Minister's response, can the Minister explain why in areas, departments, divisions, units, enterprises, etc., where there was no realignment, there were also late payment of salaries?
Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the member's question, I'm sure that the member is well enough aware that if he puts the question in the appropriate measure, in the appropriate mechanism, a formal answer will be provided.
All right. I suppose that is the answer for whatever it's worth. All right. Question to the Minister of Education. I'm advised that Lavantelis Mova will be substituted to ask that question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Education, can the Minister state the reason for the closure of the Mova New Government Primary School for the past week and a half?
Mr. Speaker, the Mova New Government Primary School remains open with teachers and ancillary staff present every day. The principal reported to the AFPPT division on Monday of this week, the 27th of October 2025, that there were issues with the plumbing system and water pump. Approval was given to the MTS for repairs on Monday, 27th October 2025. Works are expected to be completed over this weekend for full operation on Monday, the 3rd of November 2025.
Member supplemental from Mova Lavantelis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister confirm if the children reported to school for the past week and 2 days?
I think, hang on. The initial question is, can the Minister state the reason for the closure of the Mova New Government Primary School for the last week and a half? The Minister has given the reason. The question as to whether the children have reported to school is an entirely different question, not allowed. Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Defense, can the Minister confirm whether Defense Force officers have been instructed to return to base with immediate effect?
Minister of Defense.
Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the tenets of 27G, I respectfully beg to decline.
Ruka Lopino, is there a supplemental question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
A non-answer?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
What is the supplemental question?
Sure. Mr. Speaker, in light of the Minister's invocation of Standing Orders 27(1)G, the question to the Minister is whether or not he is prepared to execute his ministerial duties to come here and ask and answer questions.
That's not a question. Rule doesn't arise. Overruled. And you know the rules. You know very well, as I've explained before, an invocation of the public interest. I'm not going to go back into the details of it. It's very well articulated in... Member for Ruka Lopino, you're also a lawyer. you know the public interest immunity concept. So I'm not going to explain it to you. I already have. Well, perhaps you may want to put that inquiry to me in writing. If it is guidance or clarification you seek, instead of taking up the floor of the time on the floor, I will invite you to put it to me in writing. And if I may choose to answer it in writing, or I may choose to answer you on the floor. But I would respectfully ask you to put the inquiry in writing. So let's move on, shall we? Thank you.
Public business, government business, motions.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is enacted by Section 8, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, that the President may, from time to time, make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And whereas the President has, by proclamation made on the 18th day of July 2025, declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is enacted by Section 9, subsection 2 of the Constitution, that a proclamation made by the President for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 8 shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 15 days, and whereas it is enacted by Section 10, subsection 1 of the Constitution, that before its expiration, the proclamation may be extended from time to time by resolution supported by a simple majority vote of the House of Representatives. So, however, that no extension exceeds 3 months and the extensions do not in the aggregate exceed 6 months. And whereas on the 28th day of July 2025, the proclamation was extended by resolution of the House of Representatives for a further period of 3 months. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, should be extended for a further period not exceeding 3 months. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. Mr. Speaker, it is my duty on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago to speak today in support of the motion that is before this House. By the proclamation made by Her Excellency the President on the 18th of July 2025, Her Excellency declared that a state of public emergency existed in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that this state of public emergency was the direct result of the discovery by the police special branch, which was corroborated with other intelligence data, that a plot was in advanced stages of development from within Trinidad and Tobago's correctional facilities, aimed at attacking and targeting citizens, persons involved in the political and justice systems, and state buildings across the country. The Commissioner of Police referred to those involved in the plot as, and I quote, a criminal syndicate whose command center was lodged within Trinidad and Tobago's prisons. As we stated in this House a few months ago, this government viewed the state of emergency not as a crime plan, as those opposite would have the population believe, but as an urgent, necessary, immediate measure to give law enforcement the powers they needed to dismantle the planned coordinated attacks which were aimed at, 1, the assassination of persons in critical positions in this country, 2, attacks on buildings and the very key infrastructure detailed in the intelligence reports, 3, preventing justice from being served, 4, the intimidation of law enforcement, and 5, generally, descent into chaos, the likes of which Trinidad and Tobago has never seen. Thanks to the diligent and tireless efforts of the protective services, that initial crisis was successfully and efficiently dealt with. There have been, we have all seen, incremental gains with respect to law and order generally, and the disruption of overall criminal activity, which have come out of our efforts to suppress gang activity in relation to the coordinated strikes to which I have earlier referred. The first extension was approved by the House on the 28th of July 2025, and it enabled the services to continue with their work, the disruption of those involved in the plot. It gave the services extraordinary powers to deal with the alleged participants. During the time of the initial declaration, the TTPS, under enhanced legal authority, undertook widespread operations nationwide. The following statistics highlight the scope and effectiveness of those operations. Number of operations, total 7,352. Targets, that is to say primary offenders, 2,492. Searches conducted, 48,240. Persons arrested, 3,209. Firearms found and seized, 192. 2,424 rounds of assorted ammunition seized. PDOs, preventative detention orders, approved 88, executed 54. There have also been real successes in terms of leadership disruption. The amalgamated gang leadership was removed from the maximum security prison, effectively severing their direct influence over street-level operations. This separation disrupted established communication channels, limiting the ability of the gangs to transmit orders, to coordinate criminal activity, and to recruit from within the general prison population. Those prisoners who were initially removed are now housed in the main at a secure location from which repeated attempts have been made to re-establish contact with persons outside the prison. Those attempts have failed. There have also been consequential beneficial effects on the homicide trends. Murders have decreased significantly during the SOE. As of October 2025, I am told the national total stands at 285 cases, representing a close to 45% reduction on the year-to-date 2024 figures. August of 2025 registered 22 murders, the lowest monthly total recorded in a decade. In September of 2025, that trajectory was continued, and in October, there was a period of 10 days in which there was a spike, but the October figures are not yet in. There has also been a reduction in serious crimes. In addition to homicides, other serious crime categories also recorded notable reductions during the SOE. Shootings and woundings decreased from 745 in 2024 to 450 in 2025, a 40% drop. Now, the shootings and woundings category is significant in that it tracks homicides. Why is that? Mainly because they represent failed attempts to kill. These declines, though not the purpose of the SOE, illustrate the broader suppressive impact of leadership disruption. Preventative detention and heightened TTPS operations across multiple offense categories has also contributed to this. The consistency of these downward trends suggests that the SOE has not only disrupted immediate criminal activity, but also eroded the operational capacity of organized groups to engage in large-scale planned offenses. Strategic operations. The TTPS has intensified its operational tempo during the SOE by launching various operations across the country. I am not at liberty and have not been cleared to go further on that matter this afternoon. What is significant, however, is that the operations have been successful and have disrupted to a minimum but necessary degree the daily lives of law-abiding citizens who continue to go about their business unimpacted and unhindered by these operations. In terms of preventative detention orders, PDOs, apart from their obvious immediate benefits, PDOs have allowed the TTPS to generate valuable intelligence regarding the criminal networks in the country. This intelligence is being utilized for ongoing operations up to today to further dismantle networks and to apprehend perpetrators. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to a justification for a further extension. It is clear that the state of emergency has been effective in neutralizing the initial threat which prompted its declaration in the first place. Equally, it is clear that it has generated substantial additional gains in the interest of national security and securing the population, both of which are stated priorities of this government, having been identified as such in the government's manifesto, its compact with its citizens, and demonstrated by action from day one in office. That being said, the TTPS and the Minister of Homeland Security have advised that several critical operations are in train now, and that these enhanced powers under the SOE are necessary for the completion and consolidation of their efforts towards dismantling the gangs, the criminal networks, and keeping the country safe at this time. I would like to reiterate a couple of important points. The extension is for a 3-month period and not 6 months, as we have seen erroneously reported by one newspaper, I believe. 3 months would carry us into January of 2026. Second, the extension is to allow the TTPS and the Defense Force to complete and to continue critical operations which are now in train. The government is pleased with the progress and results of the services over the last 3.5 months and supports the completion of these activities. For those opposite, before you begin your regurgitated rhetoric, this SOE is not the government's crime plan. It came about to deal with a real imminent threat and is being extended to continue to deal with a real imminent threat at the request of the security services. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Police was on record yesterday during the day to advocate for its continuation. Now, while the emergency is intended to allow law enforcement agencies to continue critical work aimed at further dismantling the ability of gang syndicates, as the Commissioner put it, who continue to wage war against the state, albeit with depleted resources. The government understands the need to create and to implement long-term strategies for suppressing gang-related and other crime in the country, and is putting in place legislative and administrative structures to do so. Mr. Speaker, we are not alone in this struggle. We draw reference to Jamaica, where, Mr. Speaker, if I might be permitted to say that our hearts go out to the people and to the government of Jamaica who have suffered enormous devastation from the effects of Hurricane Melissa. But we wish to assure that the government remains committed in its support to our Caribbean neighbor, and to assure that we have been mobilizing substantial relief initiatives for the Jamaican people. That being said, Jamaica itself has utilized states of emergency to deal with gang warfare, as they call it, and to protect what they describe to be corporate zones and law-abiding citizens from gang-related violence. For several years now, states of emergency have been declared in hotspot zones as a localized approach to suppressing homicides and gang activity, while the police service and government have implemented other long-term measures to dismantle gangs and to bring gang members to court with expedition. Of course, Mr. Speaker, their model is different from ours. But the numbers speak for themselves there, as they have here. There are critics of their approach, which I will not get into at this point, because their approach has been different in a few ways. But I draw reference to this example to show that the SOEs have been proven to have a sudden, short-term, albeit disruptive effect on gangs, their activities, their networks, and their deleterious impact on society. This short-term disruption can effectively dovetail into longer-term strategies for national security, stability, and justice. This is exactly what we plan to do. Mr. Speaker, we on this side will return this country to a state of order. And that should be the aim of every law-abiding citizen, including some of whom reside on the benches opposite. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to agree to a further extension of the state of emergency by 3 months. I so move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the proclamation made by Her Excellency the President on the 18th day of July 2025 declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be extended for a further period of 3 months. Order to Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, it has become pellucidly clear that this government cannot be trusted by its words or for its actions. You just cannot trust them in what they say, and you certainly cannot trust them in what they do. It has been argued that under justification that the required or requested extension is not a crime plan. Well, we have not heard any plan, but what we have heard specifically is that several critical operations are in train, and they are in the process of dismantling gangs and criminal networks. To my respectful, simple mind, Mr. Speaker, that is normal policing. Do you require a state of emergency to dismantle gangs? Do you require a state of emergency to dismantle criminal networks? Then we will be, as it seems we are heading, in a perpetual state of emergency. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon for not having any mirth and for being stoic, but this is a serious matter that affects the fundamental rights and freedoms of every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. So bear with me, Mr. Speaker, as I try to bring home the stark oxymoronic reality of the farce that this government wants to perpetrate on this nation again. We cannot and must not allow a government to continue exercising extraordinary powers without clear, convincing, cogent, and lawful justification. In all the rhetoric that was mouthed by the Honorable Attorney General, where was one specific data relative to justification? Where was one specific data, one iota of evidence to show that this threat, this continued threat, is real, Mr. Speaker? None. But what we had was catchphrases and we had certain things such as an imminent threat, an urgent requirement. How then, Mr. Speaker, are we to weigh up and assess those nebulous words in order to lend support to this request for an extension? We can't. How did we get here, Mr. Speaker? It's important to analyze how we got here. The circumstances in which we got here was outlined by the Honorable Attorney General on Thursday, the 17th of July, when he said that on that evening, the Commissioner brought to his attention that certain intelligence reports of imminent threats and state facilities and actors emanating from persons housed in a maximum security prison. And there was a recommendation that was followed by the Honorable Prime Minister, and under Section 8.2, subsection 3, a state of emergency was declared because there was a threat on government officials, members of the judiciary, members of law enforcement, as well as attacks on buildings. Well, Mr. Speaker, 3 days after, it was said, and it has been admitted, that those threats were abated. So let's do the math. Those threats have been abated. So there's no longer a need for a state of emergency vis-a-vis those threats. So what then is the continuing justification, if not a substitute for a crime plan? Well, let us examine it. It is to be noted that even the Commissioner of Police had to admit, well, those threats have been dismantled, they're disappeared. And you would expect now, coming with a different approach, that you would have some sort of evidence brought before the country to justify an extension. Months have passed since this dramatic declaration and revelation by the Honorable Attorney General. And we now ask the question, and here is where empirical data comes in. How many persons under that last state of emergency have been charged with conspiracy to blow up public buildings and public infrastructure? How many persons have been charged with conspiracy to injure, do grievous bodily harm, murder government officials, members of the judiciary? And the answer is none, or certainly no such data was presented to this Parliament. How many persons have been charged with the conspiracy or the attempt on the lives of members of law enforcement? There is where the rubber hits the road, because there is simply a lack of any empirical evidence whatsoever that justifies, even in the first place, ab initio, the calling of that state of emergency, and far less now the continuation of the state of emergency. Therefore, we ask, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, don't they deserve some sort of justification, some sort of credible evidence relative to these threats? To date, there has been no arrest in relation to the alleged plot, no charges in relation to the alleged plots, and in fact, no persons have been actually detained or interrogated relative to the alleged plots. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, who have been arrested? Who have been charged? Where is that evidence? And certainly, that is not one that you can claim under Section 27. That is the public domain. These are the persons who we have arrested. These are the persons we have charged. Where is this evidence? Therefore, I must ask now, on what grounds pursuant to Section 8 of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago does this government now seek to justify an extension of the state of emergency? It is a pure question, to my mind, of normal policing as opposed to emergency powers. We are now told that the extension is required because the gangs have morphed, they have adopted, and we have moved to stage 2 of some ongoing nebulous and unnamed operation. But as I said before, Mr. Speaker, the dismantling of gangs and pursuing criminal elements, to my mind, isn't that normal policing, Mr. Speaker? The maintenance of public order is the normal function of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Force. We do not require a state of emergency to perform normal policing duties. We do not need to suspend constitutional rights of the citizens in order to do what competent law enforcement can do and ought to do every single day. Therefore, I wish to take this debate in order of my analysis of what exactly is happening, because I don't want the population to become desensitized to a state of emergency where your rights are potentially and in fact suspended. So I would like to go through in seriatim on a logical and in a logical manner and in baby steps the rights that are being affected or curtailed by the continued imposition of this state of emergency. And I would then like to weigh it up so we get the proportionality of it when you have no empirical data to support it. So, I start by the GRU norm, the constitutional basis. We understand that Section 7.3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago provides that an act for Parliament to which this section applies may make provisions for the detention of persons and for the taking of possession or control on behalf of the state of any property or any undertaking during any period of public emergency, and may authorize the taking during such period of such other measures as are reasonably justifiable for dealing with that situation that exists in Trinidad and Tobago during that period. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I will repeat. It justifies the detention of persons and for the taking of possession or control on behalf of the state, any property or any undertaking. Those are the rights, those are the fundamental rights that are being affected in this continuation for 3 months without justification. And it goes one step further. The act shall have effect even if it is inconsistent with Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution. So let us drill down then, Mr. Speaker, to see and to determine what are the rights that are affected when this state of emergency, or if this state of emergency is allowed to continue without justification. And that is the basis of my demur. Without proper justification, words are simply not enough. One, and where can this be found? I urge the public to look at the Emergency Powers Regulations, Legal Notice number 241, and see the rights that are being affected. It will be the right to liberty and security of the person, the right to freedom of movement, the right to freedom of assembly and association, the right to freedom of expression, the right to employment and the enjoyment of property and protection from arbitrary search and seizure, the right to due process and a fair hearing, the right to privacy and protection from arbitrary entry. Mr. Speaker, these are not abstract legal concepts. These are the social contract constituents that we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, bargained for, that we agree in our social contract that represents our will and our aspirations. That is our constitutional rights. We now are being asked to support an extension authorizing the suspension of these rights and extend for an extra 3 months, but without any proper justification. And that is the issue that we continue to take with this extension. To allow repeated extensions without clear, demonstrable justification is to risk transforming extraordinary powers into ordinary governance. And that is a step away from democracy and a step towards authoritarianism. The Parliament bears a solemn duty to ensure that the extraordinary powers granted under Section 7.3 are exercised only when strictly necessary, are exercised proportionate, and for the shortest duration possible, and finally, with proper justification. I maintain as my main thesis, where is the proper justification? For avoidance of doubt, let me make it clear that the suspension or restrictions of constitutional rights and freedoms during a state of emergency is not a mere form, it's just not a mere procedural point. It has, Mr. Speaker, it has gravitas, it has consequences. And that is why we on this side ask, where is the justification? Now, Mr. Speaker, as I continue, when you examine the emergency powers under the regulations in more details, I was surprised that the Honorable Attorney General did not do that, but I will do so. When you look at Regulation 3, it gives the power to arrest and detain without a warrant. What does that do? It authorizes any member of the police service or defense force to arrest and detain a person where they reasonably suspect that that person has acted in a matter prejudicial to safety. What is missing there? Without a warrant. That's the right that has been taken away. Regulation 4, curfew and restriction of movement. We have not had a curfew imposed, but it lays the foundation for such, and it empowers the minister to impose curfews, restrict movement in specified areas, and requires persons to remain indoors. It effectively curtails the freedom of movement. That is what we are being asked to extend. Regulation 5, control of public meetings, processions, and assemblies. It prohibits or restricts public gatherings, marchings, or demonstrations. So, Mr. Speaker, one example. Let us say a teachers are not paid on time, and they decide, we want to march because we want what we have earned, because Mr. Speaker, the corollary and what we say is the wages that are earned by any worker is their constitutional right. And if they feel that is so violated, they're entitled to express themselves. Now, under this extension, that will be curtailed. They will not be able to do so on their own. They would have to go through an entire process. And that is where the restriction, Mr. Speaker, becomes a very live issue. Live and very relevant in what is going on in these times. Regulation 6, the power to search and seize without a warrant. Regulation 7, control of publications and communications, allows the minister to prohibit or censor publications. Regulation 9, the control of property and essential services. It enables the government to take possession or control of property and undertakings and direct operations of essential services. Mr. Speaker, it limits the right of enjoyment of property. What I say respectfully is that these regulations are not symbolic. They are operative law, and they are laws which ordinary citizens may be arrested without warrant, detained without charge, restricted in movement, searched without judicial approval, and prevented from expressing themselves freely. These are serious concerns, and we call for justification before we agree for any further extension. And we call not for catchphrases, we call for actual data and for actual evidence presented to this Parliament and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us compare, and we have to do this to show the difference in quality, because it's a qualitative comparison. Let us compare the previous state of emergency enacted under the previous regime, the PNM government. Let us start from the start. It is quite clear that if you begin with the fundamentals, you will see that there's a marked qualitative difference in what was presented to the population to justify the state of emergency called in December as opposed to that called in July. When the People's National Movement government declared a state of emergency on December 20th, 2024, it did so with specific data, concrete intelligence, and a clearly identified threat to national security. The then Prime Minister outlined to the nation that over the course of a single week, following 6 killings in the Port of Spain division, and over the weekend in which 1 man was shot outside Besson Street Police Station, and 5 persons were killed on Sunday in Prisgalands, Laventil, the country was aware of these. These were empirical, actual facts that the country could take its lenses and analyze. There was clear and imminent danger, and there had to be an averting of any further escalation. That was the evidence that was presented. It was not hollow and nebulous words such as urgent crisis, etc. It was actual events that actually happened. And Mr. Speaker, you will remember, if you can, the awe in which the nation observed the killing outside the Besson Street Police Station. We said, no, state of emergency, let's lock this down and stop it from escalating. The government of the day justified the implementation of the state of emergency, and it was time-bound, it was specific, and it was evidence-based. It was not cloaked in vague language or political rhetoric. It was anchored in verifiable facts. By contrast, what we have before us now by this government is quite different. Instead of providing specific data or empirical evidence, the administration has relied on catchphrases and generalities. Crisis, dangerous plan, phase 2, phase 3, without any substantiation and without any accountability to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Under the People's National Movement, the public was informed, the data was disclosed, the threat was identified, and you could have verified it. Can you say the same for this request for an extension? The answer is no. The answer is no. Under this government, we are being asked to extend the suspension of the previous mentioned state of emergency with just gangs adopting or adopted gangs and ongoing threats. Honorable Speaker, this is not governance by evidence. It is governance by catchphrases and convenience. That is what it is. A state of emergency must always be a last resort. It is invoked to address a demonstrable and immediate public danger. What we are witnessing today is the use of emergency powers as a political shield to mask inefficiencies and incompetence. It is to mask inefficiency. It is to mask incompetence. It is to justify overreach. And most importantly, it is to silence scrutiny. That is my respectful submission. The fundamental difference between what the People's National Movement did in 2024 and what the UNC is doing now is data. What is even more crucial is, Mr. Speaker, that I will remind, and I am always happy to see the Honourable Member for Siparia in the House, but I will, she does actually. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, at that time, the Honourable Member described the state of emergency, and I quote, and let me not misquote her, a shameless political gimmick and a band-aid solution in an election year that fails to address the root causes of crime. Those were the words of the Honourable Member. And then, further, in December 2024, the Honourable Member fiercely criticized the then government and condemned the state of emergency as overreach and unconstitutional, and warned that it would set a dangerous precedent. It was made clear that a state of emergency should only be used as a last resort. What has happened now? What has changed now? What has changed now? What has changed now? Where is the justification? I will not say duplicity, but I will say it is stark for all of those who have eyes to see that at that point it was political gimmickry. Now it is required for phase 2. It's no longer political gimmickry. Where is the justification? Where is the justification? Mr. Speaker, I now turn out with Trinidad and Tobago to see in other countries where there were extended states of emergency. I recall in 1975 in India, the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi imposed a state of emergency for over 21 months, extended. And Mr. Speaker, I do respectfully crave your protection from Barataria Sangwan. I really do, and I want to. I can no longer tolerate it. I crave your protection.
Let's let the member continue some silence.
Radio station.
All right, you don't
nibbling in my
contribute it
ears.
now. The member has silenced himself. Why are you responding in that way?
Mr. Speaker, for 21 months, it was citing external and internal threats. What happened there was a systematic abuse of power, and that is recorded in the annals of history. I looked at Chile recently, where emergency powers were used during times of civil unrest and demonstration, and these powers were extended and misused. The Chilean government, under the guise of dealing with protests and the pandemic, imposed restrictions on the population, particularly when the state of emergency was extended. I draw a line and I put a warning as we now debate a further extension of 3 months. The Venice Commission and the Council of European Advisory Body on Constitutional Matters has stipulated, Mr. Speaker, that the use of emergency powers is only justified if necessary and only to overcome an exceptional situation. If they are proportional and limited in time, then it could be seen to be justified. And if there's an effective judicial and parliamentary control, the European Convention on Human Rights and the Fundamental Freedoms, Article 15, allows for derogation in causes of war or other public emergencies. Mr. Speaker, and forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly, the Saracusa Principles provides at paragraph 39, a state party may take measures derogating from its obligations under the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights pursuant to Article 4 only when faced with a situation of exceptional and actual or imminent danger which threaten the life of the nation. A threat to the life of the nation is one that affects the population and whole, and either a whole or part of the territory that is in question. Mr. Speaker, can we say that this country has been provided with any evidence to support the extension and continuation of this state of emergency in keeping and in consonance with the Covenant on Civil Rights and Political Protection? The answer is no. The answer is no. And now we go to effectiveness. The Honorable Attorney General in his presentation presented figures. What he didn't do was to present the comparative figures. I will present the comparative figures to the country. I wish my 15 minutes, please. I'm indeed obliged, Mr. Speaker. Under the People's National Movement state of emergency, or that implemented by the People's National Movement, law enforcement operations were methodical, coordinated, and results-driven. Results-driven. Over the course of 73 days, there were 5,192 police operations, resulting in 4,038 arrests, a success rate of 77.8%. That is performance. By contrast, under the current state of emergency, which has lasted for 84 days, we have seen 5,828 operations, but only 2,589 arrests, a success rate of merely 44%. Chalk and cheese. The stark contrast cannot be ignored. It reveals a troubling decline and a troubling lack of strategic focus. No wonder they cannot present any data and statistics to us. Let us look at the other data. Mr. Speaker, to compare. Under the state of emergency implemented in December 2024, 205 firearms were seized. Under this current state of emergency, some 10 days over that of 2024, only 54 firearms have been recovered. The same trend can be seen in the other areas, but I want to be a little more specific. Ammunition recovered between December and 30th and April 13th, which is under the People's National Movement imposed state of emergency, 4,364 rounds of ammunition. For 83 days, some 10 days more under this current state of emergency, 1,855, some 100% more under the People's National Movement imposed state of emergency. And that is firearms, that is ammunition. I'm not finished. Traffic operations, 4,687 under the People's National Movements, 3,880. Cannabis seized. Under this current state of emergency, 465 kilograms. Under the People's National Movement's health state of emergency, 1,758 kilograms of marijuana. Mr. Speaker, the facts are stubborn, but they speak for themselves. They speak for themselves. Molly seized, 15 during this current state of emergency. Under the People's National Movement, 54. But this is the most important one. Cocaine. Under this current state of emergency that lasted for 83 days, Mr. Speaker, would you believe that only 8 kilograms of cocaine have been seized, as opposed to 186 kilograms of cocaine under the People's National Movement imposed? Average arrests per day under this current state of emergency, 32. It almost doubled under the People's National Movement, 55. The figures are there. But as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I want to address another issue. A continuous state of emergency without a break, it puts a strain on our security forces, my respectful submission. Let us not ignore that the persons tasked with keeping us safe are the ones who will be affected this state of emergency. Our security forces are already overstretched. When a state of emergency is declared, it is not just the officers who are on the ground who are affected, it impacts their families, it impacts their personal lives, it impacts their health, their well-being. Was any consideration given to that? They already work long hours. Now I'm told they're called into camp. What is to happen now, Mr. Speaker, with them and their families? I'm not finished. These officers are facing burnout, mental, physical, and how can we expect what is being put in place to buffer that, Mr. Speaker? We are entering into this Christmas and Carnival season, which is a peak time in Trinidad and Tobago. Was that ever considered when this extension is being sought? The economic strain on businesses, whilst this government continues to claim success. What about small and medium-sized enterprises? These businesses will face reduced customer confidence. These businesses are battling already now with competing forces, and Lord, with the budget now, with all them taxes, they're under pressure. Large corporations who look at a country that continually uses states of emergency will be reluctant to invest their hard-earned cash and their confidence in Trinidad and Tobago. And I sound a warning with that. I say no more. I say no more. We simply cannot ignore the effect of continually renewing and extending a state of emergency without addressing the root causes of crime. I have heard nothing coming from that side but some glib reference to, well, this is not a crime fan. What long-term strategies have been employed or is to be employed by this government to deal with these issues? What is the comprehensive approach that tackles the social, economic, and institutional drivers of crime? What they have done, Mr. Speaker, is they have put 50,000 people on the breadline. What happens then? And you then say, Mr. Speaker, you then say, well, you know why? Because the head of the organizations, they're gangs. What happened to the actual workers, the thousands who are without a job? What are they to do when they wake up, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot feed their families? What is the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan? So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to conclude. In the last 6 months, this government has placed its incapable, unclean hands on the reins of powers in Trinidad and Tobago. And what has happened is this. Nationally, we are on edge. The country is in a mood, Mr. Speaker, that people don't know if we come in or if we're going. Internationally, Mr. Speaker, internationally, we have dipped in the eyes of all those who matter. And we are now, in my respectful view, on the brink of war. What I say, Mr. Speaker, is this. This government, in less than 6 months, will go down in the annals of history of being the worst government that has ever had the reins of power in Trinidad. We're not supporting that.
Barjaya Sanwan.
Let me get some hype there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm compelled. I am compelled to stand here and respond to the nonsense by the previous speaker. Will you allow me to speak in silence? He is fear-mongering the country, Mr. Speaker. He is irresponsible, Mr. Speaker.
Very unpatriotic. Very unpatriotic.
And they have not learned, and the country has reprimanded them for their acts of incompetence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only war we have declared a war against corrupt public officials. We have declared war on narco traffickers, Mr. Speaker. We have a strong Prime Minister in this country who is the head of the National Security Council and who is now seen as an international leader fighting criminals. And we come here to talk about war. We are war with corrupt public officials. So they may be extremely afraid of that, Mr. Speaker. They may be extremely afraid. So the only people on edge is probably my colleague from Port of Spain South. Nobody else. But Mr. Speaker, you see what they're doing? Well, let me not accuse them. But the facts speak for themselves. They have bloggers all over social media, fear-mongering, during a state of emergency, attempting to cause public panic when there is not. When there is not. Under the leadership of the member for Superior Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa, Trinidad and Tobago is safe, Mr. Speaker. We are safe. Could you imagine 1 month we reported the lowest number of murders in 10 years. In 10 years. And want to come and tell us we're on the brink or we're on the edge? We're on the brink of locking up. Correct. But Mr. Speaker, what we are engaged here today is a completely constitutional, a completely lawful, and a completely wise exercise. That is why none of them could have used the word unlawful or illegal, because we are within the four walls of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Whatever we do here, Mr. Speaker, whatever we do here. I then heard the member said investor confidence and so on with states of emergency. Trinidad and Tobago is open for business.
Yes.
When we went to the United Nations together with Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa, Mr. Speaker, countries were interested in getting to the shores of Trinidad and Tobago to invest. So because you couldn't bring a dinnerman to the table when you all were there for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, they bring some yam, seed and yam, and telling people to cook on coal pot and things. Mr. Speaker, we are going to transform the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. We are going to do that. But in order to do that, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is free from the criminal elements. And if there exists a state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago, what you expect us to do? Do what you all did and do nothing? We are taking decisive, strong measures in order to disrupt the criminal syndicate that exists in Trinidad and Tobago that they could not do. You see, my friend from Port of Spain South told the Parliament that we have announced that we have this SOE because we are going to use this to fight gangs and so on. And he said that the PNM would never do that, that they never do that, that they never call a state of emergency to deal with gangs, because you know why? That is regular law enforcement duty. Regular policing, I think that's what he said, right? He said it's regular policing. Well, I want to take him back to the words of his former Prime Minister, sorry. You see, they came to the Parliament in January of this year, on the 13th of January 2025. And the Hansard records are important, because I want to go back to that day, Mr. Speaker, and I quote from Dr. Rowley. So they said SOE shouldn't be called to deal with crime because that is normal policing. But hear what Dr. Rowley had to say. Madam Speaker, and I quote, So when 5 persons are killed in one go from another gang, and the information comes to us from the police that their investigation and the interpretation is that this is a gang warfare where retaliation is almost certain to come, there's invitation for others to come and support, and it will just snowball. A kills B, B kills C, C kills D, and carry on like that. So the killing fields, according to them, is what it should be. At that point, Madam Speaker, the government, whatever reluctance we had with respect to a state of emergency, we had to intervene. The government had to intervene, and the government intervened, and we convinced the president that a state of public emergency exists. You understand the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? That they declared a state of emergency to deal with gang violence, but telling us, don't declare one to deal with gang violence because that's normal policing. You understand that? You see, the member was a minister in the Ministry of National Security at that time. He was. And Mr. Speaker, you know what they convinced the president of? I have the statement because I pulled back up the president's statement. Here what they convinced the president of. Cabinet. The date of this statement was dated the 31st of December 2024. Cabinet informed that arising out of 2 of these incidents, the TTPS informed the Minister of National Security that intelligence suggested that the latter shooting was a reprisal shooting and killings for the incident where an attempt was made on the life of Calvin Lee.
No relationship, eh?
Not to you. The intelligence of the TTPS informed the Minister of National Security. He was at that time a minister in the Ministry of National Security, who in turn informed the National Security Council that the criminal gangs in East Port of Spain, Laventil, and environs and through Trinidad and Tobago were likely to immediately increase their brazen acts of violence in reprisal shootings on a scale so extensive that it threatens persons and will endanger public safety. Cabinet informed that the National Security Council in the circumstances found it necessary to advise me through the Honorable Prime Minister to declare that a public emergency exists. So they convinced the president that gang violence and reprisal killings were going to happen, and has happened, Mr. Speaker, convinced the president to declare state of emergency on the basis of gang violence, and tell us today, you don't do that. That is normal policing. That is the height of hypocrisy that we have to face in this country. You see, the member came and talked a pack of nonsense, Mr. Speaker. I'm putting it kindly. I'm putting it kindly. But the member then ran away from the chamber. Because you know why, Mr. Speaker? He cannot handle the truth. He cannot handle the truth. Mr. Speaker, you see, then he went on and gave a menu of rights that will be affected. There's been a state of public emergency since July this year. The only persons' lives that are affected are the criminals and the gangs. Not the ordinary citizen. People going about their business as usual. In fact, my friends opposite are having public meetings as usual. The SOE is not affecting them. They're leaving the Parliament chamber, Mr. Speaker, during a budget debate to go down Belmont and have political meetings during a SOE. So it is not disrupting the normal lives of citizens. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is disrupting the lives of the criminals. That is what we are doing. And the member is saying that we are affecting rights without justification. And I'll go on because he keeps talking about statistics. I'll give him the statistics. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to also put on record, and it is important because the member made it sound as though, if people are listening on the outside, that we are just taking away all his rights. There is an inherent check and balance that if somebody is denied their right to liberty under the SOE, there is a tribunal where that can be challenged. A tribunal that is lawfully set up with legally trained minds. You have the right to an attorney at that tribunal. So we are not interfering with fundamental rights to access to a judicial body and due process. Mr. Speaker, of course, there are issues with respect to warrants being issued without judicial intervention and so on, but that is normal for an SOE because you have law enforcement have to act with swiftness, with expediency, and with alacrity, Mr. Speaker. And that is the power that this government is planning to give to law enforcement so that they can ensure that all of us here can feel safe and even my friends opposite will be safe. What is your problem when the murder rate is down? Why are you angry about that? Why are you upset about that? You should be congratulating this government. You all should be proud citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to know that this government has lowered the murder rate for the lowest in 10 years, Mr. Speaker. You all should be commending us, not criticizing us. When the vote is taken today, I hope the member for Arima could find the conscience, Mr. Speaker, and vote in favor of this motion if she can find herself in the chamber. The member is always absent. Always absent, Mr. Speaker, and most time confused. You see, and then the member for Port of Spain South, talks about justification and statistics. You see, I have to go back into these statistics, Mr. Speaker, because these are official data given to us by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. For this period of public emergency, the number of operations was 7,352. What's wrong with that? Target priority offenders, 2,492. Searches conducted, 48,240. Traffic operations, 4,889. Persons arrested, 3,209. Firearms found, 192. And of that 192, Mr. Speaker, 48 are revolvers, 87 are pistols, 29 are shotguns, 25 are rifles, and 3 are air rifles. What is wrong with that, my colleagues opposite? You all should be commending the law enforcement officers. Through this SOE, you are taking guns and ammunition off the streets. Why will you object to that? For the first time, put away the Balize tie and put on Trinidad and Tobago on your chest. Take off the Balize tie. The number of ammunition found, 2,424 rounds of assorted ammunition. And then the member gave some statistics. I don't know where he got it from, because he did not quote his source. He did not quote his source. You see, Mr. Speaker, dangerous drugs found in terms of cocaine, in the grams, we have 8,885 grams of cocaine that was found. You know, the member said that they find more, but he quoted 186 kilograms. Last time I checked, 8,000 is more than 1,000. So our SOE has in fact bear more fruit than the PNM will ever see, because they don't know how to coordinate. They said that dangerous drugs, we found, Mr. Speaker, 621,000 grams of dangerous drugs in terms of marijuana. That deserves commendation. We commend the law enforcement officers. I think they found about 1,000 or something. Dangerous drugs found, ecstasy pills. Mr. Speaker, he said in their SOE it was 54. When you check ecstasy and Molly, Mr. Speaker, there was about 1,047 pills that were found by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. What's wrong with that? That is enough justification, Mr. Speaker, that the police service is doing good. The law enforcement are doing better, and we must give them that extra power to do better, Mr. Speaker. Preventative detention orders. The numbers of orders approved, 142. The numbers executed, 88. pending 54, tribunal challenges 10. And Mr. Speaker, when the member talk about some of the successes in terms of fines and seizures in the last SOE, I want to commend the member for Tunapuna because he, in an operational charge, in operational capacity, would have led that charge, Mr. Speaker. He would have led that charge, you know. And today, under his leadership, leading the Ministry of Homeland Security, we have to commend the member for Tunapuna, Mr. Speaker. You see, if you call this member phone 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, he will answer. If you call Heinz phone 8 o'clock in the morning, he asleep. Yes, he's asleep. For the first time in 10 years, we have a Minister of Homeland Security who knows what he's doing. And is awake. And is awake. And is awake. He is awake, Mr. Speaker. So that is the justification. What more you want than that? You want more, Mr. Speaker? I'll give you because we have to vote. We have to vote. The murders have decreased significantly. As of October 2025, the national total stands at 285 cases, down from 626 in 2024. That deserves commendation, and we commend law enforcement. For 4 months of 2025, we recorded fewer than 30 murders, with August registering just 22 murders, the lowest monthly total observed in a decade, 2015 to 2025. September continued on that trajectory with 20 murders, reinforcing the SOE's suppressive effect of lethal violence. The Attorney General said that, but like stick breaking Port of Spain South Airs, he couldn't hear that, Mr. Speaker. He couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear it. And other than homicide statistics, I want to repeat the serious crime reductions. In addition to the decline in homicides, I'm quoting from what the AG would have said here, Mr. Speaker, other serious crime categories also recorded notable reductions in the SOE. Shootings and woundings decreased from 745 in 2024 to 450 in 2025, a 40% drop. Pull out all the calculators. Robberies fell from 2,399 to 1,421, a 41% decline. Break-in offenses also contracted from 1,613 in 2024 to 979 in 2025, a reduction of 39%. And here this one, Mr. Speaker. Overall serious crimes declined from 11,787 cases in 2024 to 8,398 in 2025, representing a 29 year-on-year decrease, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of the member for Siparia. Why is my friend from Port of Spain South upset about that? Why? Where's the member for Arima to tell us if she's supporting this or she's not supporting this? Mr. Speaker, today, just hearing these statistics alone is enough justification why we must extend this SOE. For far too long, the criminals have had more rights than law-abiding citizens in this country. For far too long. For far too long. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend the Commissioner of Police for an excellent job he has been doing leading the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And we were able as a government to install a permanent Commissioner of Police in under 100 days, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the law and without any political interference of intercepting any merit list from the Office of the President. We didn't do that. That is why today, without political interference in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we are seeing results, Mr. Speaker. We will ensure that we make Trinidad and Tobago a safe place for all. For all. For all. We will make sure that that happens, Mr. Speaker. And you see, this is the level of hypocrisy too. Because when they came, Mr. Speaker, to justify their state of emergency, at that time, we were sitting in the opposition. And we were begging, Mr. Speaker, we were asking, Mr. Speaker, give us the statistics. Tell us why you want this SOE. We gave all of the statistics. We are transparent. Myself, the Attorney General who spoke before, gave all the statistics. But I want to quote Minister Al-Rawi at that time when he was on this side of the chamber. Because when we asked for statistics, here what the PNM had to tell us. I'm quoting. We are now 15 days into the SOE. We have been asked by members across the floor, tell us statistics, tell us particulars, Madam Speaker. There is something called the law against tipping off in a series of laws that says you cannot, as a member with knowledge of the prosecution and the investigation of an offense, you cannot speak to certain things unless you trip the law of tipping off. Even here in the Parliament, we are bound and constrained by that law. So, Mr. Speaker, when we asked for statistics, they were hiding behind the veil of something called tipping off. Tipping off. Today, we are not tipping off anybody. We are catching the criminals, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, no longer soft approach. We cannot deal with the criminals in that manner. They have been killing our brothers and sisters in this country too long. We are taking decisive and strong measures, Mr. Speaker, to put them behind bars and ensure that they are prosecuted in accordance with the law. So that is the level of hypocrisy. When we ask for numbers, we ask for data, we ask for statistics, they tell us no, that is tipping off. Today, as a transparent government, we have given them the justification, the numbers, the statistics, the data. We gave them everything, Mr. Speaker, for them to have an informed decision to extend this SOE. So if any member, after I speak, Mr. Speaker, stands up and says that they want more data and more justification, they are just playing politics with the lives of our citizens. They are playing politics, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a government in place who cares about the citizens. We have a government in place who has announced that Trinidad and Tobago is open for business. We are about law enforcement. We are about ensuring that our citizens are protected from the criminal element. And, Mr. Speaker, the people of Barataria, San Juan, strongly supports this motion. Library, I am told, support the motion, and all of us on this side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. All of us, Mr. Speaker, will do the right and we will do the honorable thing, Mr. Speaker, and support this motion and extend this SOE for an additional 3 months, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you very much.
Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to begin by just addressing a few of the points that were just raised in the contribution of the member for Sawa Barataria. Because what he has indicated to the population through you and in this chamber is completely contrary to the reality of what is taking place outside in Trinidad and Tobago. Saying that there is no panic in the country right now is completely false. Because on the way to Parliament, schools were being closed, parents were being called across the country and asked to come and collect their children. Groceries right now, there is unfortunately a lot of panic buying going on. So therefore, this is the reality and this is true, and I take ownership of it on the Parliament floor. So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we have come here and what we're being fed and what we're being given has become the modus operandi, of those on the other side in terms of governance. It is all about public relations, communications, and what we call smoke and mirrors. So just to tell, the member for Couva North will get her turn to speak if she is chosen to speak. So what we have come here today, if we have come here today if Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. So let us start, Mr. Speaker. Let us start with what a state of emergency requires. Because you see, as my friend from Barataria Sawa quite rightly said, it is to do with the Constitution, which is the supreme law of Trinidad and Tobago. And there are certain conditionalities that must exist in accordance with the Constitution for the calling and the extension of a state of emergency. Because first thing for the population to understand is that a state of emergency is the suspension of all citizens' constitutional rights. No doubt about that. Our entrenched rights under sections 4 and 5 are suspended under the state of emergency, and that is borne out in the regulations, the Emergency Power Regulations 2025, that have been amended a number of times, very quietly, by the government during this period of time. And it is important that we understand, just because, unlike previous states of emergency that have existed, the states of emergency that have been called in Trinidad and Tobago and that have suppressed our constitutional rights for 2025, 2 of them have not had curfews and have not restricted the movement of citizens. Because you see, these are the things traditionally, those measures that give citizens a feeling of encroachment on their rights. But it is important that citizens understand, and I will demonstrate clearly, that even the safeguards that have been put in place, as the member for Barataria Sawa referred to the tribunal under the regulations and Schedule 1, the schedule, to the regulations, that tribunal has been put in place. I will give live examples of what is going on. It was also curious because you see, in the calling of a state of emergency, and yes, it is part of history. At the end of last year, the previous government called a state of emergency, and the country began the first 3 months of the year in a state of emergency, and now we've just completed another 3 months of the year. So out of 10 months in the year, we've had 6 months of state of emergency. So crime statistics are, by definition, going to be lower. There is no denial of that. So the first question that is asked, despite the Honorable Attorney General's very careful language used, and he's repeated on a number of occasions, this is not the UNC's crime plan. All we have heard, including from the member for Barataria Sawa, is the use of statistics, crime statistics, and I will put on the record immediately that the members on this side are very happy when crime is down, and in particular murders are down in Trinidad and Tobago. But what we will not participate in is an attempt to hoodwink the population. By definition, a state of emergency is going to lead to a reduction of crime. And in a short while, I'll refer to an article by an international body that has studied the effects of states of emergency in both Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, and comes to some very interesting conclusions based on their analysis. The most important statistic I was waiting to hear from the member on the other side, the previous speaker, and any coming member who may speak after, because it has not been provided by the Attorney General nor by the member for Barataria Sawa, is okay, we know under state of emergency, and I'll come to it, you can arrest people without a warrant. And they've listed how many arrests. In fact, the member for Barataria Sawa said 3,209 arrests. Of course, we all know with an arrest, it is taking away your rights under state of emergency. But the most important statistic that we have not heard, that I was hoping to hear this evening, is how many charges of those arrested have been laid. Because a state of emergency, and especially the detention powers, and we've heard 100, if I remember correctly, 141 detention orders, 142 preventative detention orders were issued by the member for Tunapuna. It is easy to arrest, it is easy to detain, and the police have said to the country that they needed this initially, and we've heard it confirmed this afternoon by the government that the immediate initial threats have been dealt with. So to come and tell the country 3,000 arrests and not tell us out of the arrests how many charges have been laid. And more importantly, because the whole calling of the state of emergency initially was to deal with gangs, criminal activity, and we've heard it again confirmed this afternoon, in particular coming out of the prison system, how many charges have been laid. The country needs to know under the state of emergency, under the anti-gang legislation. And that is the most important statistic. Of course, we're happy when guns are taken off the street, illegal firearms. We've said here repeatedly, the only purpose of a firearm is to harm someone. But you don't call a state of emergency to take guns off of the street, because what you're doing is suppressing, Mr. Speaker, your constitutional rights. And all 41 members in here, constitutional rights have been suspended. When you go to Section 8, Mr. Speaker, of the Constitution, and this is really for the population to know, because the framers of the Constitution were very careful. The use of a state of emergency is something of last resort. And don't compare it to legislation in Jamaica that has actually been held unconstitutional by the courts there, where they have specific zones that you can cordon off and suspend rights. And they're going through their court system now where the courts, having already ruled it's unconstitutional. You don't rule it, because we as a government looked at it, and there were proposals people put forward, adopt similar legislation. And I was one of the people who objected to it, because I believe in constitutional rights and our enshrined rights, right of movement, the right to have bail applications. The law has now moved. The Privy Council, Mr. Speaker, would be very familiar with what the Privy Council has now ruled. Even in cases of murder, persons now have a right to apply for bail. That shows you and is a clear indication of how important that particular right is. And the population needs to know now that if they are detained under the existing state of emergency that we're being asked to extend, and we have not been provided with any level of detail as to why it should be extended, that your rights to bail are gone. When you are held under a detention order, you have no right to bail. And worse than that, you have no right to habeas corpus, Mr. Speaker. And there are people now who are languishing under that. Of course, if you've engaged in criminal activity and the police have held you under the state of an emergency because it has given them additional powers, then you should be prosecuted with the full amount of law. And I'm going to show how the tribunal process is failing. So the same safeguard that was referred to is almost non-existent. And the population needs to know, under the emergency power regulations, what can befall them and what has befallen some and how it is failing. Under Section 8 of the Constitution, you can only call a state of emergency if the president is satisfied and he or she, whoever is the president, really has no room to maneuver, because it's based on Section 80 of the Constitution. Once the president is advised, he or she has to do it in this instance. But the framers of the Constitution have put very clearly what are the circumstances under which you can call a state of emergency. And we have heard none of them here today. It applies to an extension as well. It must, as Mr. Speaker knows. So the first is the president must be satisfied, of course, based on the advice of the government, a convenient point to say, if the law enforcement intelligence services give the government advice, it is up to the government to make the final decision. Because very often they do advise, call a state of emergency. And the first question National Security Council must ask, as we did, is, but why do you require this? Why must you suspend rights? Because under the books of law of Trinidad and Tobago, You have all of the law available at your fingertips. You can get search warrants. You can search premises. You can arrest. So how many charges under the anti-gang legislation have taken place out of those 3,200 people arrested? You can only call a state of emergency if there is a public emergency that has arisen as a result of the imminence of a state of war between Trinidad and Tobago and a foreign state. That is the first conditionality. And look how ironic where we find ourselves today. The second by the framers of the Constitution is that you can call a state of emergency, or it is actually called a period of public emergency, when you say that the public emergency has arisen as a result of the occurrence of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, or of infectious disease or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. Reminder to the population, that is why we were in a state of emergency under COVID, when the virus was rampaging the world and killing people in the millions. The framers have been very careful as the circumstances under which we should be in a state of emergency, solely for the purpose that they recognize it is a suspension of our rights. A suspension of your right that you cannot get habeas corpus. Habeas corpus population through the Speaker means that if you are being detained by authorities and they're not giving you information, and someone wants their family member to know that they're okay, and they're meeting less than facilitative authorities, you can go to the court, the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago, because it must be a High Court judge, and make an application for the person being detained or arrested to be brought before the court, so that the court in its judgment can decide if you're being properly treated. You do not have that right under the current state of emergency. The police can turn up to your house, and worse yet, one of the points I have not heard, and it is very, very relevant right now, based on what is happening, despite government and UNC pages saying it's not happening, because the Defense Force has sent out a memo, and they have called for people to turn up at the bases. The emergency power regulations that govern the state of emergency, at regulation number 19, give the Defense Force all of the powers of the police service. That is another stretch of powers under the state of emergency. So the Defense Force officers and the police officers, under these regulations, can stop any vehicle anywhere in Trinidad and Tobago and then take the people out, arrest them, and worse yet, we get to the detaining powers, which is where the real concern lies. And you can't go to court, you can't get habeas corpus, you can't get bail. The regulations allow, and when we drafted it, we were careful to keep it in conformity with the law, that if you're arrested, 48 hours the police service have to hold you without charging you. But after that 48 hours, under these state of emergency regulations, someone at the level of an assistant superintendent or a magistrate can grant permission to keep you arrested and detained for up to 7 days after the 48 hours. Your rights are suspended. Every single citizen's rights. I get back to the conditions for calling a state of emergency. So I came here this afternoon a little apprehensive, because the first condition is if there's imminence of a state of war. Thankfully, we have not heard that from the government. The second is basically if there's natural disaster, including something like COVID. Well, we know it is not that. The third conditionality is that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. It can only be under that express condition that an extension is being sought, that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or deprive the community of any substantial. First question, where is the immediacy? We came here on the last occasion in July, we were told, we took the government at its word, we took the Commissioner of Police at his word, there was an immediate threat that could disrupt public safety coming out of the prison system. We've seen what has happened, but all we have heard here today is a repetition of this statistic and that statistic, not a single charge, but yet you're asking the whole country to continue allowing their rights to be curtailed and suspended. Where is the immediate threat? To come here and to say, well, it is a continuation of operations? Really? A continuation of operations that require that none of us, if we're held under a detention order, can get habeas corpus or bail? How many of those who have been held under detention orders have been charged? And the member for Barataria Sawa spoke about the safeguards of the tribunal process. Let me get to that, Mr. Speaker, because the country needs to know if this process is working. Yes, the regulations set out a safeguard. And just for the country's edification, the person who issues a detention order, which means that any citizen can be held and detained, and not detained in prison, detained in these places that are now set out under subsidiary legislation like Tetron, etc., is the Minister of Homeland Security. That in itself scares this country. So when the Minister of Homeland Security is presented with the information for detention order, the first thing somebody wonders now is it most or is it mostly? Is it most or is it mostly? But that is what is determining. That is what is determining if somebody is going to be detained. So it is all up to one individual in law, the Honorable Member for Tunapuna, to issue a detention order. And when it is issued and executed, all of your rights under the Constitution are suspended. And what the member for Barataria Sawa had the gall to come and say is, hey, don't worry, there's a tribunal set up. A tribunal which in accordance with the law is set up of 3 members by the Chief Justice. And we've had some hiccups with that, not as a result of the Chief Justice, but with some membership having to be changed, even though we warned about certain members. It has been brought to my attention in a legal capacity how this tribunal is functioning. I can only speak to one circumstance. See, the way the tribunal is set up, the person who is held, the detainee, can call for a hearing if he or she believes their rights are being affected, they're not being treated well, etc. The Honorable Minister of Homeland Security must pass that on to the tribunal. The tribunal must set a hearing. And there are very, very clear regulations, and there's an order that has been gazetted, procedural guidelines as to how the review will take place. Once the review is completed, assuming it is completed, a report is then produced. But now for the country to know how this tribunal has operated, there is a specific instance and circumstance where someone who is detained had called for, their attorneys had written for asking for a tribunal hearing. Tribunal date was set, the date was vacated. Tribunal date was set, the detainee, the person under the detention order, whose family had no clue what was going on with him, was not brought to the tribunal. It was then set up that it would be virtual. We're not in a COVID period. Okay, so maybe national security. When the tribunal eventually sat this safeguard measure and heard the submissions of attorneys and of the detainee, they are duty-bound in law to produce a report. And the only person who gets that report is the Minister of Homeland Security, the member for Tunapuna. It says in law, according to the guidelines and according to the regulations, that they make recommendations, and those recommendations are to be passed to the detainee. In this particular circumstance and instance, finally having gotten a tribunal hearing, finally having had it proceed, radio silence. Radio silence. Right to the tribunal, no response. Tribunal shirking under the law and saying, well, not even sure whether the report has been sent, although in law, there's a timeline for that to be sent. Assume that the report was sent. You then hear nothing from the minister. What is that person, a live example of a citizen, supposed to say now, under the state of emergency and the safeguards that we're being told exist? Because you can't go to court. You can't go for habeas corpus to bring the person. And it is being alleged by the person's family that they're suffering all sorts of ailments. The purpose of habeas corpus is the court intervening to ask that that particular individual be brought to the court for the court to assess and for the family and others to assess. There's a suspension of those rights. So, Mr. Speaker, the short points are, in accordance with the Constitution that was very, very carefully crafted, for a last resort like a state of emergency, where our fundamental and entrenched constitutional rights are suspended. For example, the right to bail, the right to free movement. Why is it under the regulations? Because they like to pride themselves on saying they don't cut and paste. Regulation 11. Why does this still exist? Because it does not conform with what we're being told is the reason for the state of emergency. Regulation 11 is statements prejudicial to public order. No person shall, A, endeavor whether orally or otherwise to influence public opinion in a manner likely to be prejudicial to public safety, or B, do any act or have any article in his possession with a view to making or facilitating the making of any such endeavor. Any lawyer trying to interpret that will know how broad it is. So orally, and in this day and age of social media, a citizen who is frustrated, who wants a vent, and calls for people, for example, as was happening, come down to Woodford Square and let the government know that you don't agree with the state of emergency, or you don't want people to know what is, you agree with what is going on with the unfortunate geopolitical situation we have found ourselves smack bam in the middle of. The legal advice to that has to be, hey, careful you fall into an offense under the state of emergency and Section 11. Because it is easy for that to be interpreted that you're influencing public opinion in a manner likely to be prejudicial to public safety. It cannot be convenience because it is our rights being suspended. The same thing, Independence Day was cancelled for security reasons, we were told. Fireworks cut down for security reasons, we were told. Being the people that we are, trusting government and security services as we do, we accepted it. But only to see at that point in time a number of public officials, including government ministers, some of who we were told under threat, down at the Brian Lara Academy in the middle of CPL in a security nightmare. In a security nightmare. The same thing, I came here 2 or 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, like every single member, to listen to the first budget presentation by the member for Faizabad. In the middle of a state of emergency, but because it's the government, they're large and they're in charge. And we're being told about threats to government officials repeated here this afternoon. And I was shocked. Came in not too far behind the member for Tabakit. And I was shocked to see the hundreds of people gathered in the same type of uniform or outfit, because it's the same color. And then worse than that, to see the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, alight from her vehicle and swarming around her. If there is a security risk and we're in a state of emergency, how come it doesn't apply for there? Because I can tell the security experts that that has to be a nightmare to keep a principal secure in those circumstances. Because everybody in front of you in the hundreds is dressed the same way. But what we have failed to hear here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is the reason for the extension. It does not conform. What we've been told so far does not conform with Section 8 of the Constitution. There's no imminence of war that we've been informed of, thank God. We are not in a state of a pandemic or earthquake or hurricane or flood or fire, thank God. So it could only be that there is something that is immediately threatened. Coming here to say, I need more time to carry out operations I'm in the middle of, after having admitted to the country that the first time we came here in July, there was a specific threat, and that has been quelled. So the immediacy is gone. What is the extension for? And I am cautioning Trinidad and Tobago, as a member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, who has been elected, not as a person who is asked to come here. I am cautioning Trinidad and Tobago, as I did in July. We cannot get into a numbness and a desensitization of suspension of our constitutional rights. That is very dangerous. Thank you very much. We cannot allow, as a population, the suspension of our constitutional rights and not be told the truth in accordance with the Constitution of what is the immediate threat. Because you see, when you become numb, when you become desensitized, you will wake up one morning with states of emergency rolling. And the caution has to be, the government in this instance has a special majority that gives it certain constitutional powers. And we have seen how they use it and intend to use it. And there are those on the other side that have absolutely no problem in the way when they're carrying out their behavior, some of which ends up in the courts by saying, hey, we're just doing what we want to do, Who we want to move, we will move. Who we want to deal with, we will deal with. So Trinidad and Tobago, as we come here for the extension, because the opposition has shown it will be responsible. The opposition has shown it will listen intently, as we did in July, and we will support what needs to be supported to fight crime. But states of emergency are not designed to be a crime plan. They're not designed to give rights to fight crime. That is not what the conditions are. And we faced it in 10 years of governance. Because very often, people feel overwhelmed and they say, well, look, let us call a state of emergency and we will do extra. The first question you ask is, why, in accordance with the existing law, you cannot carry out what you're supposed to carry out? So there was a threat in the prisons. We've been told that has been dealt with. What is it that is taking place now that requires an extension? How many charges have taken place? We haven't been told of a single one. And I know there are some charges that have taken place because we've asked the question. But how many under the anti-gang legislation? These gang leaders that were forming a criminal syndicate that was going to do so much destruction to Trinidad, and I believe it because we know how the criminals are, having sat on the National Security Council. What has been done? Have they been charged under the anti-gang legislation? Have they been charged with conspiracy to murder if they're putting out hits? Have they been charged with anything? Because when the state of emergency ends, what is the plan then? To leave it for a few days and then come back and start a new one? To try and use your constitutional majority to then extend it? Is that where we're going in Trinidad and Tobago? And no one on this side has said we are not supporting the police service and the defense force in their fight against crime and criminality. But a state of emergency is not the way to do it. That is a fact. And that is a good segue into this, Mr. Speaker. It is an article, not an article, a report written. The author is Sandra Pellegrini, senior analyst from Latin America and Caribbean from a body called ACLED that looks at human rights, looks at the effects of these states of emergency. And it is actually titled, dated the 24th of September of this year, so a few days ago. Do states of emergency in the Caribbean suppress gang violence or spread it? The cases of Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't have enough time to get into it, Mr. Speaker, but just to tell the population, find it and read it. Just do a search on the internet to see how states of emergency are really successful. Because the initial suppression, after it is desensitized, goes away. As we're seeing now, a perfect segue. Because I heard again statistics from the two previous speakers on the other side. Statistics for August, statistics for September, and the least amount of murders in August or September. What I didn't hear about was October, the month we've just come out of. And there's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. If you would permit me, I am reading from the Daily Express editorial of the 17th of October, Friday, 17th of October, and it is titled, A Dark and Bloody October. And it says, by contrast, the character of this month is the same source that you all pay. By contrast, the character of this month because we will look at it and we will observe. I heard the speakers on this side talk about corruption, and I hear the Attorney General talking. The country is going to look on at the corruption cases before the courts, and it will be interesting to see what comes of those corruption cases. And I get back to the article. By contrast, the character of this month is a dark and ominous reality. Just over 2 weeks, in more than 28 murders have been recorded, disturbingly distributed against the country's geography. So in the first 2 weeks of October, this is what the press had to say, 28 murders. They go on to say a 7-day period was the bloodiest week of the year. This is October. This is October, Mr. Speaker. A 7-day period was the bloodiest week of the year, with 20 people murdered, including a triple murder in Friendship Village, San Fernando, a double murder of 2 brothers in Mount Hope, a deadly ambush and killing of a businessman in Chaguanas, and a double shooting at a bar in Valencia. That, Mr. Speaker, is the reality of what we're facing. So don't come here and say that the statistics of the state of emergency support a continuation, because that is not what a state of emergency is for. The framers of the Constitution didn't provide for a state of emergency to fight crime. It is for very specific instances, none of which we have heard here this afternoon. And one only needs to look at today's newspaper, the front of the Newsday. Guns kill 4 in 24 hours as MPs prepare to debate the state of emergency extension. 4 killed by guns. in the last 24 hours as we are coming here, hopefully to hear a good reason for an extension, none of which we've heard so far. The back of the Express newspaper, Mall murdered, man gunned down after leaving Val Park nightclub. 4 men found dead in a state of emergency. A state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, is not a crime plan. A state of emergency should never be used to fight the criminality in the manner that is being suggested here. And the safeguards that we're being told are in place are not working. And every citizen needs to know that their rights are continuing to be suspended. And we have spent 6 months out of the year so far under states of emergency, so we expect crime statistics to be down. And you hear them on the other side, that is good. The answer is yes, we are happy, but not utilizing a state of emergency. There was a comment made that we could not bring a denominator to investments. I'll just respond briefly to that. The fact is that tens of billions of US dollars were invested, and those are what they are living off of in the energy sector now. Mento, SIP, all of those extensions. And I just remind the country, Mr. Speaker, I just remind the country what the mover of this motion said in his opening. The initial crisis was successfully dealt with. We have taken the time and we've shown constitutionally what must exist for an extension, none of which has been fulfilled. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know that the government will do what it wants because they are busy boasting all over that that is how they plan to operate. But Trinidad and Tobago, my closing words to you are remember today, remember the caution of today, and make sure that our rights are not continuously rolled over and suspended with states of emergency that are clearly the UNC's crime plan. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for quite some time I've sat in this house, raring to go. Unfortunately, when called upon, sometimes our friends opposite, they disappear, but now is my time, so I will indicate the government's position lucidly. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to my friends opposite. Sometimes it's as if I am listening to nails on a chalkboard or a cat screeching, but I attempt to listen. And especially when it comes to the members of Port of Spain South and Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, because they are attorneys, I would have known them in the profession before, and so I pay particular attention to what they have to say. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, although they are seniors in the profession to me, today they fell well below the bar expected of them, especially because both of them are senior counsel. Please, Mr. Speaker. So a lot of noise, a lot of noise would have been made or attempted to be made in terms of trying to amalgamate or throw into this discussion on the state of emergency about war and rumors of war and all sorts of nonsense, Mr. Speaker. And just as we had that press conference yesterday and had to remind the media and certain members of the public that it does no good to the country, both locally to our citizenry and internationally to those who may be listening, to peddle false rumors and false narratives of war and unrest and bad relations and whatnot internationally. Mr. Speaker, let me set the record quite clear and straight for Trinidad and Tobago. For whatever might have been
going out there in the public domain this morning. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, we put out a release because we thought it was necessary. Because if we don't, Friends Opposite will continue to peddle misinformation in the ways in which they know they are doing. The government of Trinidad and Tobago notes the current heightened sense of anxiety and concern in the national community based on false news reports suggesting that there will be an imminent change in the status of the national and regional security environment. Earlier this afternoon, White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly denied reports that the United States was imminently poised to engage in military action in the region and advised that any announcements regarding Venezuela policy would come directly from the president, not from the PNM. And definitely not from any type of news source or otherwise types of source. In addition, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, is in active contact with the Embassy of the United States of America in Port of Spain. And based upon the information received, there is no need for the population to be concerned. All citizens are therefore urged to remain calm . The United States of America, through its Southern Command, is in fact, just like we are here, a responsible administration. They are in fact focused on assisting in the disaster recovery efforts for Jamaica. The government of Trinidad and Tobago gives the assurance that it will inform the population of any changes which would warrant a change in the security environment in this country. That is the release we put out after procuring proper information from our American partners, and after we have been locked as an interministerial committee, locked as an administration, ensuring that the best that we can give of Trinidad and Tobago is being sent to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. What is wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? And to try now to somehow tether the two ridiculous statements of war to an application or a resolution being made here today for an extension of an SOE is shameless, Mr. Speaker. Shameful. It is shameful by shameless persons. And my friends lower on the bench should be very careful, You should be very careful. The seasoned ones further up will lead you down a path and they will never come back for you. In response, please, Mr. Speaker, I think essentially the Honorable Attorney General made his position quite clear on behalf of the government. That in terms of the state of emergency, what it was set out to do, yes, there are certain elements that have been detained and whatnot. But the efficacy of the state of emergency is doing quite well. And to stop the efforts by the security apparatus right now will derail what they are in fact doing. And pursuant to their efforts and their investigation, there is more that they have stumbled upon. And because they've stumbled upon that information, that intelligence, they have to do more. To curtail their efforts now would be doing an injustice to Trinidad and Tobago. My friend from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, spoke a lot about whether or not persons have been charged and where's the information with respect to charges and what are the charges, and went on and on and on and on about charges. But my friend from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West is well aware that in order for you to provide or proffer a proper charge on an individual that will stick, especially through the test of a trial, proper investigation needs to be conducted. And that is what is being done right now. So that I'm certain information will be given as it pertains to charges when they are laid. But let us not curtail the efforts and the ability of the police officers whilst they are conducting proper investigations to bring these charges to bear and to bring convictions to bear. Because one thing that was a hallmark of the previous PNM administration was to charge everybody under the sun. And some of the baddest lawyers in Port of Spain, who now sit on this bench here, in the form of Wayne Sturge and others, would ensure that the prosecution was tested, the evidence and information that was put to put improper charges against persons, individuals were eventually let free. But that is what our society allows. That is what our justice system is about. And to ensure then that we ensure that charges stick, proper investigation has to be done. Sharing because you wouldn't be left out. Sharing in some of those defense tactics as well too would have been Port of Spain South. Port of Spain South is a well-known criminal defense lawyer. A well-known criminal defense lawyer. So he knows what it takes to treat with those matters. And he knows the deficiencies that can occur when improper charges or rush charges are brought against persons. San Fernando, you should stay quiet. That's what San Fernando you should do. And then, Mr. Speaker, my honorable friend from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, he also, in passing, he made mention to, he alluded to the fact that this administration will do what they want and say what they want, and we are to move who we want, and we'll move with who we want and move over who we want and all of those things. I want to remind the listening public, Mr. Speaker, that this is the same PNM administration that when it comes to doing what they want was properly well dressed down by the Privy Council when they did what they wanted to do to the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. So if it is anybody who could be accused about moving in an improper way, it is the PNM administration. Mr. Speaker, in terms of arguments as well too that made the floor about these states of emergencies, my friend went into two particular issues that I would really want to address. He spoke about tribunals, the tribunal process that is tethered to the state of emergency situation, and he juxtaposed it or likened it to what would take place with respect to habeas corpus. And what he attempted to do, or I believe he attempted to do, was to essentially criticize, with the greatest of respect, the manner in which the tribunal process would be set up or has been set up, and how information and persons would be brought before the tribunal process. That there's a delay, and the delay does not augur well for persons who have been detained, and that even subsequent to being brought before the tribunal, the decision coming out of the tribunal is inefficient or insufficient in some way, form, or fashion. And he tried to liken that or compare that to what would take place in a habeas corpus proceedings. Mr. Speaker, both of us know, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and Port of Spain South should also know that in terms of a habeas corpus application, there is delay as well too. There are many times when lawyers would file pre-action protocol letters, which they don't have to do under the CPR as it pertains to habeas corpus, to get persons brought before the court. And they serve the letters or whatever the case is on the state, or they serve it on the police for persons to be brought, for responses to be given. No responses are given, and that is after persons may have been in detention for way past 48 or 72 hours. And then they still have to go and now get an applicant, and a person to go on affidavit on behalf of the applicant who's the detainee to file this application accompanied by this affidavit, petition the court, get the court to sit and hear the application. It is a time-consuming process. It does not happen immediately. So both within the realm of making the application for the habeas corpus and with what obtains under the tribunal process, both are not perfect. They take some time. But it is the system that we've adopted, it is the system that we've worked with, and it is the system, the judicial system, that we've learned to trust. And I, alongside any member of the government here, we are not going to cast any aspersions on the conduct of the judicial officers or the individuals that sit within the tribunal, nor within persons who treat with habeas corpuses. Mr. Speaker, additionally, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West spoke about these persons who have been detained. They are being detained in special places, and they're not being detained in the normal jails. I don't know what it is with this administration, Mr. Speaker. What do they want us to do? They want us to take persons who we have information and intelligence on, actionable intelligence, and don't put them in a jail or don't put them in a detention center. Best we go and carry them up Hilton Hotel or find out if Hyatt have room for them. That is the basis of the argument, where these people are being held. That is what you've spent some time contributing to this August chamber about. If I could recall, Mr. Speaker, in a different incarnation, my friend, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, when he was Minister of National Security, I can lucidly remember him coming to the Senate and saying, I can't remember the particular bill that we were dealing with, but he said to us then that a jail is a jail, a jail is a jail. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Yes, that was, and he remembers. He remembers. Yeah. He remembers. He remembers. He made the point that this is not a hotel. There are no luxuries to be extended to the people there. And I'm glad that he remembers the contribution, because the same patriotic UNC, when we were in opposition, we supported that position. We supported that position. So why all the hue and cry and the noise now? When we are coming to ask for bipartisan support, we don't need it, but we're asking for it. If you want to give it, it's for the betterment of the people of this country, to go after criminal elements within this country who are set out to terrorize citizens within Trinidad and Tobago. Why not just give the support? Why not give the support? You should have been here. You would have understood what I was talking about. That's what we're asking, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're asking. Nothing more, nothing less. And in terms of somewhat came, I don't know if it came from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, or Port of Spain South, please, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. They touched on the issue and raised issues with respect to certain cases that would have traversed through the Jamaican court, condemning these roving states of emergencies, which is not occurring here. It's not occurring here. I suspect it might have been a cautionary tale the member was trying to indicate to the House. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that CARICOM, and I'll be very careful in terms of how I couch this. CARICOM has indicated that they are looking on at how member states are utilizing the judicial system and certain pieces of legislation to curtail crime and criminality. That they appreciate certain countries are faced with far more worse criminal situations than others. And these significant situations require significant and different responses than others. That is what CARICOM is saying. They appreciate that countries like Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, are disproportionately affected by crime and criminality, disproportionately affected by certain terrorist acts that can be perpetrated against these countries. And so the response by Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, they do expect it to be disproportionate from the rest of CARICOM. And that is why they are having certain discussions with CARICOM nations to see how best they can couch the judicial process in a way to better serve these member states. So yes, there may be certain pronouncements being made, but CARICOM as a whole has recognized the disproportionality of the situations in these particular countries, and they understand that there needs to be an extreme and robust response, which Trinidad and Tobago intends to lead the charge on. Nothing is wrong with that. It just demonstrates that we are patriotic and we know what we have to do. And if they don't want to support us, we will do it anyway. Mr. Speaker, and as I indicated before, I didn't intend to speak today, but I want to clear up some of the misinformation. I heard also the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, when he was winding up, he quoted from the newspapers of today, I believe it was, and he spoke about the levels of crime and whatnot. And he likened the exit from the newspaper to the common thread within his argument, which is to say that an SOE should not be used as a crime suppression tool, and that he claimed that other members were given statistics to demonstrate that it was suppressing crime. And I think we've categorically dealt with that. We've never said, Mr. Speaker, that the SOE would be a crime suppression tool. The fact that crime is being suppressed by the SOE, it's a positive symptom of the SOE. But it wasn't the spirit or the intent of bringing the SOE. Nobody has said that. No one has said that. And so by giving, it makes complete sense. You just need to listen. So by giving the statistics, essentially, Mr. Speaker, it demonstrates that if it is a positive symptom, we will welcome that. But by reading, Mr. Speaker, from that little piece of paper that he got from the Express, I just simply, Mr. Speaker, Googled murder headlines under the PNM. Murder headlines under the PNM. And a number of headlines came up tethered to the PNM's reign of terror in this country for the last 10 years and their inability to arrest crime and criminality within Trinidad. 50% increase in murders under the PNM. 15 murders in 7 days under the PNM. Issues of crime, well, then it said, will decide the next government. It has. 7 murders in one night under the PNM. Highest murder toll in the country's history under Dr. Keith Rowley when he was here as the former Prime Minister. Blame the PNM for murder is another headline here. Trinidad and Tobago declares state of emergency as murders soar under the PNM 30th of December 2024. So if they want to talk about headlines in newspapers, there are several of them that speak to your inability to deal with crime within this country. And Mr. Speaker, as I close, I'll just go back to where I began. This administration, we've inherited a lot of corruption, mismanagement, mess left by the previous administration. And in all of that, we are finding our North Star to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago goes back to prosperity. And what we are focused on now as an administration, especially in light of what would have taken place in Jamaica, is making sure that we bring relief to the people of Jamaica. And that's what the US are doing. That's what this administration is doing. and the fear-mongering and the peddling and the old talk about war and rumors of war will not assist anyone, Mr. Speaker. And we denounce that incredulous, ridiculous behavior that is being proffered by members of the other side and their inept proxies and media warriors, keyboard warriors, and sources and sorceresses when the day comes. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me and for a brief opportunity to enter into this debate. Very important debate, Mr. Speaker. But before I go into the cusp of what I want to say during my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I must say that when I saw my colleague from Tabakit entered into debate, I thought the main purpose of my colleague entering the debate was to save himself, or to redeem himself rather, from a disastrous performance at a news conference yesterday. An absolutely disastrous performance, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I did not keep my expectation very high, because the honourable member for Tabakit has so far distinguished himself to be one that is unable to communicate effectively to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, I stood here in this Parliament in a debate, not on state of emergency, but I told the country, through you, Mr. Speaker, that we are not living in normal times. And therefore, given the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago today, decisions ought to be taken having regard to the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. And the debate had to do with a very senior member of the National Security Service going and out of the country. And I made reference to the fact that because we exist in a state of emergency and that we are not existing and operating in normal times, the government needs to operate in a way to demonstrate to the country that it is serious about managing the affairs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, the spokespersons of the government must observe and must recognize that every word that comes from their mouth is being scrutinized not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the region and in the world. And this is not no joking matter. Governance is not no joking matter. It is not. It is not no joking matter. And when your Minister of Homeland Security could come in front no other place than in your Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, to blow into a bag, it tells you who and what we have in this country. It tells you. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are unprepared and they are not serious about governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And they will never be. They will never be. A bunch of jokers, all of them, unprepared for governance and will not settle down to govern the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They will not settle down. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking to no blowback ways. I'm sure you're not entering into this debate.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. You see, you pound this and you dish it out. But when you get it back, you complain. So that's enough. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I am well capable of defending myself. From all of them. All of them. including, Mr. Speaker, those that are on macaroni pie therapy. Mr. Speaker, when I saw my colleague from Tabakit entered into this debate, I thought my colleague, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in this country, CARICOM and Foreign Affairs in this country, would have taken the opportunity to speak clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there are news outlets in the region and in the world speaking about the state of national security and security issues in this country. We exist in this ecosystem in this world. And if the government, through its spokespersons, is not prepared to speak clearly to the citizens, you cannot blame them from getting their information from other news outlets, Mr. Speaker. The government has a responsibility to speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, is living under constant fear. Constant fear, Mr. Speaker. As we entered into this parliament here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, pandemonium in Port of Spain. Businesses are emptying. People are asking to go home. Traffic gridlock all over. Schools, parents are calling for their children, Mr. Speaker. This is the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. And if you don't know, it means that you are unprepared to govern this country. You're unprepared. And you can say what you want. These are the affairs and the circumstances that exist in this country today when we are debating, Mr. Speaker, an extension of a state of emergency. These are not normal times. These are serious times, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I am very disappointed in my colleague from Tabakit, who wasted his time and did not appease the fears of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Wasted his time. Mr. Speaker, I tell you what, because you see, whilst they are busy trying to tell people one thing, and we observe what is taking place in the region and around Trinidad and Tobago, we know this is not normal times. We are not foolish people. We are educated people. We are the children of Dr. Eric Williams, who are educated. And Mr. Speaker, I tell you this, when you go on a platform and you speak to the people in a way where the people know that you are taking them for fools, Mr. Speaker, you are undermining your credibility. You're undermining your credibility because, Mr. Speaker, during urgent questions today, I pose a very serious question.
We are going to get to the issue before the House at some point in time. I've given you 7 minutes of leeway all around. So we're going to get to the issue at some point in time. You're going to thank you. And I need hardly remind you that the public interest was invoked on that question.
I'm going to deal with that, Mr. Speaker. That's what I plan to do. I'm not taking issue with what the member for Toko Sangirandi did by invoking 27(1)G. That is his right. And he will continue to do so. But the point I am making, Mr. Speaker, is that the country is on edge as we speak. It is on edge as we speak. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, and that's the point I am making, because the member for Tabakit stood up for a couple of minutes, perhaps a half an hour, and he tried his best. He tried his best, Mr. Speaker, to water down, and I would not say mislead, but the country is listening, Mr. Speaker. These are very serious times, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, let me read out a very important memo that is dated October the 1st to support what I am saying with respect to the unease in this country as we debate the extension of a state of emergency. A memorandum from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. October the 31st. Friday, today, that's what I'm saying, sorry. October the 31st, thank you. From the Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration and Operational Support, Mr. Speaker, to all heads of section, units, and division of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, dated Friday the 31st of October 2025. Immediate subject, immediate suspension of leave. Reference is made to the caption. Please inform all officers under your command that all leave is restricted with immediate effect from Friday the 31st of October 2025 until further notice. Please be guided accordingly. Signed by Mr. Junior Benjamin, Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration and Supporting Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. These are serious issues. On the day we are debating the extension of a state of emergency, and members opposite are busy trying to tell people in this country that everything is all right, go about your business. Things are calm. We're not foolish. And if you continue to operate so, people will not take you seriously. And it shows that you're unprepared to govern this country. You're unprepared. And you will never be prepared neither. Mr. Speaker, on July the 28th, this Parliament was convened in an extraordinary sitting. When we woke up a morning and we found out that a state of emergency was declared in Trinidad and Tobago. A couple of days after, we were summoned here before the expiration of the 15 days to extend the state of emergency. We came here during this debate. Motion moved by the government to discuss the proclamation by the President. Mr. Speaker, I was one of the members speaking on this side of this House, on this extension, this state of emergency. And we told the government that given what the President has said in her proclamation, and I am going to remind the country of what was said in the proclamation and in the statement, and we told the country that these are very serious matters raised in this proclamation. These are very serious matters raised by the President in her statement. And on the vote, on the conclusion of the debate, the PNM, all members of the PNM voted in support of the state of emergency because we said that we will support law enforcement to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when colleagues opposite could come here this afternoon and make a case to pretend as though the PNM will not support law enforcement, nothing is further from the truth. Nothing is further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Because at our vote, we supported the government because these are very serious matters raised in the proclamation. And let me, because you see, I realize this debate has gone down the road. It has lost its way about how much operations and how much murders and all these kind of things. Yes, very important, Mr. Speaker. But this is not the anchor of this debate. And for this state of emergency, this is an extension of a state of emergency that was called under specific circumstances when it was declared in July of this year. And I want to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the first person to speak on that state of emergency was the Commissioner of Police to the nation. Because days before the proclamation of this state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Police and the Minister of Homeland Security told the country that crime was under control. That crime was under control. And when this state of emergency was declared, the Commissioner of Police reminded the country, after he was questioned over and over again by the national media, whether this state of emergency had anything to do with the suppression of crime in Trinidad and Tobago, and he said it had absolutely nothing to do with the suppression of crime in Trinidad and Tobago. It was called to deal with a specific threat. So therefore, when members opposite are busying themselves, trying to talk about statistics and reduction and this and that and what have you, it does not appease my mind, Mr. Speaker. It has nothing to do with a state of emergency that was called to deal with a specific threat. And I sat here, I came to this Parliament, waiting to hear from the Honorable Attorney General and members opposite what is the state of affairs with the threat, which was the anchor and the basis for the state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to remind this country, I want to remind the country of the statement by Her Excellency, statement of the President, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. Cabinet, and I quote, Cabinet informed that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Intelligence has informed the Minister of National Security, whom I understand to be the Minister of Homeland Security, who has in turn informed the National Security Council that the criminal gangs in the island of Trinidad and possibly in Tobago are likely to increase acts of violence on a scale so extensive that it threatens persons and will endanger public safety. Persons already incarcerated are actively engaged in coordinated acts of violence that target the state and state actors. Cabinet informed that accordingly, the National Security Council is of the view that it is necessary to take immediate action. And the Attorney General is of the view that such immediate steps must be taken to advise me, the President, to declare that a state of emergency exists in Trinidad and Tobago. Having considered the information provided and given the above premises, I was satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety to the extent that warranted a declaration of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. These were the circumstances under which we were brought here for a declaration of the state of emergency. Had nothing to do with the amount of murders taking place in this country. Had nothing to do with gangs and what have you. Specific threats. And the Commissioner of Police tried over and over again to tell us that this has nothing to do with crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. It was called to deal with those threats because the lives of public officials in Trinidad and Tobago were at risk had we not made this intervention. So do not be distracted by anyone, especially government spokesperson, who will come here and read all kinds of statistics, which obviously is a consequence of when you call any state of emergency. It happened in COVID. It happened in COVID. It happened when the previous government called a state of emergency. There are natural consequences of when you call a state of emergency, but it must not be the justification for the calling of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. It must be immediate. It must be immediate, and it must demonstrate that it is the only way to protect the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the reason why we, 12 and 13 of us on this side, said that we are going to support the government. We are going to side with law enforcement and give them the necessary legislative tool to make sure that this threat is neutralized so that the state can be preserved. That is the reason why we supported it. So don't come here today and say that the PNM will not support us. Very disappointed in the Attorney General when he said in his statement to have making reference to the opposition that, you know, you're going to respond to us in your regurgitated rhetoric. Mr. Attorney General, we supported the state of emergency. We supported the state of emergency. Go back to the Hansard, Mr. Attorney General, go back to the Hansard, and you will see that we on this side supported the state of emergency because we believe what the police were telling the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we said that we will give you and we will support the declaration of a state of emergency so that you can deal with the specific threats. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General said nothing about the state of affairs in this country. It's very serious matters. Members of the judiciary, members of law enforcement, members of the DPP, their lives are being placed at risk. And this government must show the courtesy and the respect for members of the opposition and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Give us a full account on these threats and whether they exist. Give us. And if they do exist, we are prepared to support you. If they do exist, but you said absolutely nothing on these matters. Because no responsible legislator, no responsible member of parliament will come here, Mr. Speaker, and not support a state of emergency that was called to protect the lives of high public officials in this country. None of us. And that is the reason why I took my time at the start of my contribution to warn members of the government that you are now lacking in credibility and the people are no longer taking you seriously. Because whilst you are busy trying to tell the people of this country that we are operating in normal circumstances, go about your lives normal, you have members of the police service, the leadership of the police service suspending leave and calling out officers because they are not living in normal times. And it's the same thing for members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. We are not living in normal time in this country. And be transparent, come forward, speak to the people, take the people in your confidence. You are the leaders, speak to the people with confidence. And when there is a vacuum of information, you leave room for mischief, Mr. Speaker. This country is lacking in leadership, and there's a vacuum of leadership in this country. There's a vacuum of leadership in this country, lacking in credibility. Tell us the reason why you call the state of emergency. When we were called to this extraordinary sitting of the parliament, tell us what is the present status of these matters. Tell us what it is about. But Mr. Speaker, things got very worse, you know. It got worse since the state of emergency was declared, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because during that time, the Attorney General or the Commissioner of Police said that there was no threat to the lives of public officials, or rather politicians. That's what the Commissioner of Police told us. But 2 hours after, the Attorney General, speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, told the media, well, if it wasn't, meaning the state of emergency, if it wasn't successful, you know, the building, or basically saying that, you know, that there were some rocket launchers that could have destroyed the Attorney General's office. But because he was standing there speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the state of emergency was successful. Paraphrasing what he's saying. The mere fact that I'm talking to you, that's what he said. The mere fact that I'm talking to you, it shows that the state of emergency is successful. Conflicting what the Commissioner of Police told the country hours ago, you know. Because the Commissioner of Police said that there were no threats to any politician. Undermining credibility, Mr. Speaker. That's the point. And when you lack credibility, the people will not believe anything that you say. And you had the opportunity here today to speak clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in the midst of mayhem, bacchanal, and pandemonium, and again you fail on that grade as well. Fail on that grade. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General spoke and he made reference to Jamaica and the use of states of emergencies in Jamaica to deal with gangs, gang violence, and what have you. But I thought that the Attorney General would have made reference to a very recent decision in the courts of Jamaica that literally said or struck down the use of state of emergencies to fight crime. Because you see, 1 minute it is to deal with a specific threat and not to fight crime, and another minute you boast and say, well, it is reducing crime. You can't have it both ways. You cannot speak. How much size of your mouth you will speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago? We are not fools. Speak clearly and speak with confidence and speak truthfully to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in 6 months, your credibility has gone to zero.
A half a minute plus your 15 minutes. Well, then I propose to take the tea break at 4:30. 4:30. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But this judgment, Mr. Speaker, and I will not go into it, But the judgment said, as my colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, said, and he alluded to on numerous occasions, is that the use of state of emergency as declared by the Jamaican court, you must demonstrate some urgency, some immediacy in a threat to the public that warrants the declaration of a state of emergency. And if you cannot demonstrate that, then it is a misuse of a state of emergency to deal with crime and to suppress gang violence. I thought the Attorney General would have made reference to it. He made no reference to it. I thought the member for Barataria Sanwan would have made reference to this very critical judgment. And having listened to the Attorney General, because he said it, he said we will do, and I'm paraphrasing, that the reference to Jamaican case or state of emergency to address gang warfare, hotspot zones, etc., he said this is exactly what we plan to do. Basically telling the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the entire region that we plan to do exactly what the Jamaican experiment is about. And where recently the court in Jamaica declared that to be unconstitutional because it has not satisfied the test of urgency and immediacy for the declaration of a state of emergency. We are a democratic institution. We are a democratic country. And when we entered into this parliament, we took an oath of office, Mr. Speaker, to uphold the Constitution and the law. And nothing that the member for Tabakit, the Attorney General, or the member of Parliament for Barataria Sanwan, nothing they said that convinced the people of Trinidad and Tobago, more so the people in members of this House, that what the government is prepared to do on this matter cannot be done outside of a state of emergency. It is a misuse of the state of emergency to trample upon the rights of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. The government has failed once again to come forward and put relevant information to convince this country that the circumstances exist in Trinidad and Tobago that warrants the declaration or the continuation of a state of emergency. And all of them who speak, and those who will never speak, their credibility will continue to go down. And those who cannot speak. And Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I'm not speaking to them, I'm speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because take break in their ears, they will never learn. We on this side, we stand on the side of law enforcement in this country. We supported the Commissioner of Police when his nomination came to this House. And we will do what we must do to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but we will stand against tyranny and any government that seeks to invoke constitutional powers to do things that are unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. They have the majority, they can do whatever they want. But we on this side will speak to the people and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we will speak on behalf of all our constituents who send us here to speak on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. They can do what they want, but they will not silence us. We will speak, and we will speak, Mr. Speaker. You will not silence none of us, none of us. And I want to tell the Attorney General, when he gets up to wind up in his debate, respect the people of Trinidad and Tobago and tell us whether this threat that triggered the declaration of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago still exists. And if you don't do that, then you have failed in your responsibility. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I propose to take the tea break now, and we come back at, because we've given Aruka Lupino 5 minutes, impinging on the time, I propose to come back at 5:20, if that is convenient to members of the House. Thank you, sir. The sitting is suspended. We resume at 5:20. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I intend to be very brief. There are a couple points that were raised by the three members who spoke in opposition to the extension of the state of emergency. And I want to begin with the representative for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And I begin there because that is a useful place for me to begin this wrapping up. Now, if I can just be permitted to draw a distinction, because I should have thought it was obvious, but it may not have been. The English language is a strange thing. There are differences in meaning between different words. So if I say, as I did say in the course of piloting this extension, that the threat has been abated, I use that word, and that the initial threat has been dealt with. And I think this was a point that Aruka Lopino allowed himself, like the blind mice, to be led down the precipice with. So the comment is apropos to both members. Abated means reduced. It does not mean eliminated. Okay? So let's just get that on the record. An initial threat, to say an initial threat has been dealt with, does not connote in any way that there's finality. The two are opposite words. English is I was told by my young son once, when he was trying to teach English to one of his friends. He was trying to encourage him. He said, English is a difficult thing to grasp. And it is as difficult for a 6-year-old to grasp as it is for some of my friends on the other side. But Mr. Speaker, that perhaps I could begin with that, because I think that is where a lot of the misconception this afternoon lies. The police service is on record as saying their work is not done. Okay? They are on record as saying the initial threat has been abated. Let us not play smart with foolishness by asking a non-question, by setting up a straw man to hit it down. There is a threat. They are dealing with it. The threat has been abated, and it is the initial threat has been abated. Now, if I could just point in the beginning as well to a couple other things. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was at pains to say that the Constitution is a serious document, and the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, they are serious things. We all agree on this side. Now, he gave us a mini lecture, being the distinguished member of the inner bar that he is, as to what the Constitution entails. He says that the rights afforded by the Constitution, which I think every first-year student, in addition to persons who have silk, would know that they include rights which prevent persons from accessing the courts easily. He spoke about habeas corpus, and he spoke about the suspension of the fundamental rights under the Constitution. That is so, and we all agree that a state of emergency, as he put it, is an option of last recourse. But you know what? On the 30th of December, by legal notice 239 of 204, guess who declared a state of emergency under the Constitution and suspended those very rights? And so serious were those rights thought of, the rights in suspension, that at the time the rights were being suspended, the distinguished Prime Minister was photographed sipping drink in hand in a party, not in Trinidad, in Tobago. That's what happened. The public record would display that. Now, I hate to politicize what we are doing here this afternoon, but they did it. I didn't do it. I come here to defend what we are about. And as to the justification for the state of emergency, I've heard comments saying, well, you know, that is the job of the police in respect of what we attempted, what we said we were about. But you know what they said when they declared the state of emergency? That they were declaring the state of emergency to deal with reprisal killings and high-powered guns. Well, I mean, reprisal killings that covers a range. If a man hit a woman and a next man gets involved in that, somebody dies, that's a reprisal killing. And the guns that they speak of, well, you know, I scarcely think that those matters arise to the level of the declaration of a state of emergency. But I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I'm comparing that with what we said. And what we said was driven by intelligence and a police report. And those things pointed to the existential security of the state. There was a plot. They say, no, a gun was found here and somebody wanted to kill somebody because something else happened over there. There was a plot in the prisons to deal with the very institutions that we hold dear, which support democracy in this country. So when you talk about the justification for the state of emergency, I just say those are not ordinary police matters, but the reasons that you got Her Excellency to act on. That is quintessential everyday police work. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I could just deal with the question, with something that the member for Aruka mentioned. He said that in my discussion, in my piloting of the legislation, I said that we were not alone in what we were doing in Trinidad and Tobago. Our colleagues in Jamaica were involved as well in an existential battle, and that they had used the device of the state of emergency. But you see, again, the English language is a strange thing sometimes, because I happen to have the Hansard of what exactly I said. And I did not just see that our colleagues were dealing with the same, that we were about the same thing that our Jamaican colleagues were. What I said was that, and I have it here, I'm going to read a paragraph from what I said. I said, I draw reference to this example to show that SOEs have been proven to have a sudden, short-term, albeit disruptive effect on gangs, their activities, their networks, and their deleterious impact on society. And this is a sentence that I believe that he might have overlooked, just perhaps. I would not say that he deliberately left it out. I would never say something like that. This is Aruka. I said, this short-term disruption can effectively dovetail. This is the unrevised Hansard, which I took the precaution to get. This short-term disruption can effectively dovetail into longer-term strategies for national security, stability, and justice. And it was at that point that I said, this is exactly what we plan to do. So to say, with the greatest respect, Aruka Lupino, and I don't need an apology from you, to say that this is exactly what we plan to do, without saying that, to say that without saying, listen, I'm not suggesting that we are intending to do what they have done in Jamaica. I am saying that we plan to put in place measures to deal with national security, stability, and justice. That's exactly what we plan to do. So I won't say that, and yes, I don't want you to apologize the way that your Faris did in the other place. I'm sorry, Senator Arawi did in the other place. No, I meant to tell Senator Arawi that day, but I didn't have the, you know, I'm not a cold-hearted person. I'm not a cold-hearted person. I have a very soft heart. So as he was pouring out his heart and apologizing to me for calling me all sorts of names, to which I did not respond, because I am a man of peace. Now, what was in the back of my mind to say, and they've encouraged me to say this after. I didn't want to come here to say this.
Tell it.
But I wanted to tell Senator Ravi that forgiveness is for his Lord, not for me. And that I reject any apology from anyone that has anything to do with my children. I reject it wholeheartedly, and I want to say something else. That when I go to war against the criminal elements and the corrupt elements in this society, none shall be spared. So, Mr. Speaker, what was before us this afternoon was a straightforward extension of a state of emergency, which I had the innocence, being an innocent man, the innocent man that I am, I had the innocence to believe that all members opposite would join with us this afternoon in agreeing to extend the state of emergency to allow the security forces, as they have said themselves, they need time to deal with their initial successes and time to deal with the threat that has been abated. Two words which I will happily again afterwards share the meaning with my colleagues opposite. But I'm pleading with them again, and I'm innocent enough to believe that they will all join with us now, that they understand the meaning of some of these expressions. The work is not yet done. The government proposes a further extension of the state of emergency to allow the security services to do their job. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the proclamation made by Her Excellency the President on the 18th day of July 2025 declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be extended for a further period of 3 months. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against?
Mr. Padar?
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa SC?
Yes.
Can I vote?
Mr. Tanku?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Daulat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Sobas?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan,
Yes.
Mr. Kisa,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Sam,
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh,
Yes.
Dr. Rupnarayan,
Yes.
Dr. Gozain,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
No.
Ms. Beckles,
No.
Mr. Imbit,
No.
Dr. Katsvidali,
No.
Mr. Young SC,
No.
Mr. Scotland SC,
No.
Mr. De Nobriega,
No.
Mr. Manin,
No.
Mr. Marcel,
No.
Mr. Devines,
No.
Mr. Birchwood,
Negative.
Mr. Romain,
Nope.
Mr. Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 27 members voted in favour for, 12 members voted against, no members abstained.
Members, I am to report the results of the division. In favour of the motion, 27 members voted in favour, 12 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained. The motion is passed by a margin of 27 to 12. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 3 standing in my name. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I seek the leave of the House in accordance with Standing Order 51 to debate along with this matter motions number 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the order paper and supplemental order paper, all of which are interrelated.
Is this the wish of the House? Honourable members, leave has been granted for motions 3 to 7 on the order paper inclusive and supplemental order paper to be debated interrelatedly. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, chapter 7850, that the minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty, and from the date of the publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order, shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to the Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order. And upon the publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, and the first published in the Gazette on 13th day of October 2025. And whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, before you are 5 resolutions that seek to increase local and CARICOM rates of excise and customs duty by 100%, on various alcoholic beverages and tobacco products. These resolutions follow orders dated 13th of October 2025 and 17th of October 2025 as set out in 1. Legal Notice number 373 of 2025, the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order. 2. Legal Notice number 376 of 2025, Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order. Legal Notice number 382 of 2025, Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment number 2 Order. 4. Legal Notice number 384 of 2025, the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment number 2 Order. And 5. Legal Notice number 385 of 2025, Customs Import Duty CARICOM Common Market Amendment Order. Mr. Speaker, in relation to foreign alcoholic beverages and tobacco products, these have already been increased by Legal Notice number 386 of 2025, Customs Common External Tariff Amendment Order. Further, in relation to the tobacco taxes, the increase was done through Legal Notice 383 of 2025, the Miscellaneous Taxes Tobacco Order. For the benefit of the listening public, Mr. Speaker, according to the Excise General Provisions Act, Section 3, excise duty means duty other than an export duty of customs imposed on any articles manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago and includes CNG. Excise duty is therefore only applicable to goods manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago. Secondly, in relation to customs duty, a good working definition can be gleaned from the Section 6.1 of the Customs Act as follows, and I quote, import or export duties of customs upon any good whatsoever which may be imported into or exported from Trinidad and Tobago. Before us today, therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are only dealing with import duties, as is clear by the name of the resolution, and not export duties. Thirdly, in relation to CARICOM, the Customs Act incorporates into our domestic law the Caribbean Common Market established under the Annex to the Treaty of Chaguaramas. On this basis, Mr. Speaker, goods produced in other CARICOM countries and imported into Trinidad and Tobago, excepting alcoholic beverages and tobacco products, usually enter duty-free. Alcoholic beverages and tobacco products produced in other CARICOM states, however, are taxed at the same rate as if they were produced in Trinidad and Tobago, and this principle promotes free movement. Mr. Speaker, the excise duty rates increases are as follows and are exactly the same as the CARICOM rate of import duty. For reference, Mr. Speaker, the last time the excise duty rates on alcohol was increased was in 2016. That means that for nearly 10 years, alcohol rates have not been increased. But the variety, value, and quantity of alcohol imported and sold in Trinidad and Tobago has increased substantially. For tobacco products, there were increases in duties in 2016 and more recently in 2020. Consequently, it means that for 5 years, tobacco rates have themselves not increased, although there has been a concomitant increase in the quantity of availability, the value, and variety of tobacco products that are being offered to Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the legal notices clearly specifies the new rates, and I will not repeat them here. The foreign customs duty rate for tobacco products, Mr. Speaker, was increased in 2020, after then having been in effect from at least 2015. For alcohol, the last increase came with effect from January 1st, 2025, when the new CET, that's the Common External Tariff, was implemented. Prior to that date, alcohol rates remained unchanged at least since 2015. Again, these charges are in the legal notice, and I will not repeat them here. Mr. Speaker, when I first introduced these measures during my budget statement on October 13, 2025, it was presented to the nation as part of the government's revenue-raising measures. In fact, in economics, the measure is often referred to as a sin tax. According to Adam Smith, in his seminal work, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Sugar, rum, and tobaccos are commodities which are nowhere necessities of life, which are and become objects of almost universal consumption, and which are therefore extremely proper subjects of taxation." However, that is not to say that the measure will not have many other positive consequences beside revenue generation. Increased costs as a result of taxation may lead, in some instances, to less consumption and promote healthier living, and therefore reduce the burden on the state in our health services, and ultimately lead to a more healthy Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, we are putting Trinidad and Tobago first. In an article by Wanegar and others entitled "Effects of Alcohol Tax and Price Policies on Morbidity and Mortality, a Systematic Review," published in the American Journal of Public Health in November 2010, the authors find, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "The aggregated results from this fairly large set of studies showed clearly that beverage alcohol prices and taxes were significantly and inversely related to all outcome categories examined: alcohol-related morbidity and mortality, violence, traffic crash fatalities and drunk driving, rates of STD and risky sexual behavior, other drug use, and crime." End quote. Similarly, according to a 2017 World Bank report, evidence from around the world clearly shows that one of the most effective ways of reducing alcohol and tobacco consumption is to significantly increase taxes on those products, and to keep adjusting those taxes for inflation and for greater affordability that comes with rising incomes. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other benefits other than revenue generation that would redound to the benefit of the country as a result of these increased taxation measures. According to the same 2017 World Bank report, evidence across the world shows that raising taxes sharply on tobacco products and adjusting for inflation and income growth is the single most cost-effective measure to reduce tobacco consumption. The World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization have long identified tobacco taxation and pricing policies as strategic interventions to reduce non-communicable diseases such as cancers and cardiovascular illnesses. Further, yet another World Bank study entitled "Reducing Tobacco Use in Trinidad and Tobago, Modeling the Long-Term Health and Economic Impact," concluded that a sustained increase in tobacco taxes could prevent more than 2,500 new cases of smoking-related diseases by 2035, saving the national health system approximately $250 million TT. This complements our domestic objective of strengthening the public health financing while advancing sustainable development goals. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, deaths from smoking-related causes are estimated between 890 to 900 annually. Every year, between 890 to 900 persons die as a result of smoking-related causes. Our government, this government, is determined to reverse this trajectory. The link between tobacco use and poverty is well established. Tobacco consumption tends to be higher among low-income populations, creating a cycle of ill health, lost income, and deepening inequality. In relation to alcohol consumption, the 2024 PAHO STEP survey highlighted an increase in alcohol consumption from 40.6% in 2011 to 51.5% in 2024 amongst adults aged 18 to 69, with a notable 12.5% increase in women. These trends point to the urgent need for policies that address excessive consumption and its social costs, which include domestic violence, road accidents, and declining social productivity. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, health expenditure represents approximately 6.4% of GDP, or close to $7 billion annually. This figure, therefore, highlights the fiscal importance of preventative health measures such as the excise duty amendments and adjustments before this House. Finally, it must be underscored that this is not just a punitive action. Rather, it reflects deliberate and evidence-based policy making designed to balance fiscal responsibility with compassion. Our excise duty amendments on alcohol and tobacco affirm the duty of this government to protect health, strengthen revenues, and ensure sustainability of essential public services. Mr. Speaker, turning now as to why we have increased customs duty and CARICOM rates basically on all alcoholic beverages, except in still wines and tobacco products, the logic is very simple. Excuse me. From the data we had at the time, we noticed that there's a strong correlation between the manufacture of local beer, rum, and cigarettes and the collection of excise duty. Naturally, this piqued the curiosity of the Ministry of Finance. Further, from our calculations, local products still would have a buffer between the excise rate and the customs duty import rate. For example, Mr. Speaker, the excise rate on rum is $158.50 per litre of alcohol by volume, which actually works out to about $72.91 per bottle of rum. The rate of duty for foreign rum, that is rum produced outside of the CARICOM, is $92.28. So we still have an approximate buffer of $19.37 per bottle. Regarding beers, we have an approximate buffer of 26 cents for foreign beer as beer produced outside of CARICOM. Regarding cigarettes, the rate of duty for foreign cigarettes also outside CARICOM is also very high at 78.84%, which was recently implemented in January 2025 from the 50.7% it was previously. However, as a consequence of implementing the increased rates of excise duties on October 13, 2025, the Ministry of Finance received feedback from local manufacturing entities, indicating that they had now been subjected to an unfair disadvantage, as foreign products could appear to be less pricey and more competitive when compared to locally produced goods and services, alcoholic beverages and tobacco. Mr. Speaker, upon receiving this advice, this information from local manufacturers, the Ministry of Finance took the initiative and engaged consultations with both the locally manufactured product producers and the importers. We listened to the domestic manufacturing sector, and as a result of which we caused the rates of customs duty where permissible and the CARICOM rates were acceptable to be increased by the same 100%, Mr. Speaker. As a consequence, the orders were made on October 17, 2025 and published on October 21, 2025. Number one, Legal Notice 382 of 2025, 384 of 2025, 385 of 2025, 383 of 2025, 386 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, these new excise orders effectively increase the rates on all products that can be considered in competition with beer, rum, and cigarettes locally. Therefore, it includes items such as whiskey, gin, vodka, champagne, cigars, and cigarillos. The idea behind this is again simple. If whiskey, gin, vodka, and other spirits are close in price to rum, then it runs the risk that consumers will gravitate towards those other products. A similar reason exists behind cigars and cigarillo. Mr. Speaker, in consultation and discussion with the local industries, it was determined that still wines were not a threat to the local rum industry. Moreover, there's now a growing domestic still wine manufacturing industry, especially using local produce, including pomerac, ginger, five fingers, citrus, cherries, etc., made by multiple micro and small entrepreneurs. Consequently, still wine rates have not been increased. Mr. Speaker, the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order amends the rate of import duty payable on all CARICOM products exactly on the same terms as our excise rates, which apply only to local manufacturers. This is in keeping with the common external tariff as agreed under CARICOM and promotes the free movement of goods between member states. In other words, Mr. Speaker, both locally manufactured products and CARICOM manufactured products are taxed exactly the same, and this has always been the case. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our World Trade Organization's obligations, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is required to observe a maximum bond ceiling of 100%. Unlike several of our other CARICOM neighbors, however, we have increased these tobacco products up to 95%. We have not gone to the 100% ceiling. Despite what those opposite have been saying in the public domain and elsewhere, we are obviously well within our World Trade Organization maximum bond ceiling rates. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has also stated that these orders will cause Trinidad and Tobago to breach its obligations. That is simply untrue. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to save them from themselves. By Act Number 10 of 2001, Trinidad and Tobago incorporated into domestic law the terms of the CARICOM Dominican Republic Free Trade Agreement. Under Annex 1 of the agreement, Article 3, Paragraph 2, it is stated as follows, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "The goods originating in the Dominican Republic which satisfy the conditions contained in the rules of origin shall receive the following treatment on entry into the markets of CARICOM member states. A, duty-free access for all goods other than those set out in Appendices 4 and 5 on entry into the markets of MDCs. Mr. Speaker, there are also items listed for phase reductions and duties, etc. By Act Number 6 of 2025, the Trinidad and Tobago incorporated into domestic law the terms of the CARICOM Cuba Trade and Economic Cooperation Act, which provided similar preferences and identified the products which will fetch duties and which we were not allowed to charge duties onto. The takeaway here, Mr. Speaker, is that trade agreements incorporated into our domestic laws usually allow for preferential rates between countries. These preferential rates have the force of law. Simply put, they will therefore prevail over the general rates provided for here. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the miscellaneous taxes tobacco tax order, this is an additional tax on foreign tobacco products, that is, products produced outside of CARICOM, that imposes the existing rates for local manufacturers, Mr. Speaker. As a result, foreign tobacco products are heavily taxed through customs duties, value-added tax, and tobacco tax. In this regard, I am advised by the Customs and Excise Division that there is a heavy illicit trade in cigarettes. I am told that cigarettes that are manufactured locally for export to CARICOM are smuggled from those CARICOM countries back into Trinidad and Tobago. This allows the cigarettes to compete with products that are sold locally directly by the manufacturer, allowing the importers, the illegal importers, to evade taxes, which is harmful to our revenue generation. But it is worse, Mr. Speaker. We are also aware of the illegal trade in low-priced foreign manufactured cigarettes, which are being sold to the public. We don't know what these cigarettes contain, what toxicity levels they are, what carcinogens, etc., are contained in these cigarettes. Mr. Speaker, the lives of our citizens are at risk. However, in my budget statement, Mr. Speaker, I spent a long time explaining the kinds of laser-focused direction that this government is placing on equipping the Board of Inland Revenue, that's the Inland Revenue Division, and strengthening the Customs and Excise Division. This is for several purposes, one of which, and not the least of which, is to focus on the illicit smuggling of cigarettes and alcohol. This will ensure greater protection for not only local manufacturers, Mr. Speaker, but it will safeguard revenue streams for the government and protect the health of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, the statistics prove for themselves. Earlier today, members opposite were asking for statistics. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has reported a troubling and persistent increase in driving under the influence of alcohol. Even more alarming, over 40 drivers are arrested and charged every single month for driving under the influence of alcohol. The TTPS has also warned that the trend of drunk driving, has reached dangerous proportions, with many drivers found way above the legal blood to alcohol limit, endangering not only themselves, but those innocent road users around them. This scourge is claiming lives on our highways and our communities on a very regular and unacceptable basis. And while the police continue their enforcement, government must play its part to curb this culture of irresponsibility. Mr. Speaker, the social cost of excessive driving extends beyond the roadways. A 2010 University of the West Indies study on the prevalence of domestic violence found that drug and alcohol abuse were the most prominent reasons cited for violence in homes. Too often, police reports describe incidents of domestic violence where alcohol was a contributing factor, mothers and children living in fear, households shattered by rage, and fueled by addiction. Every dollar spent on these products contributes not only to the profit of their producers, but to the pain of their victims. Mr. Speaker, what is even more interesting is that the influence of alcohol and tobacco is now seeping into our school system. According to official suspension data from the Ministry of Education, between 2022 and 2025, there were over 4,200 cases of students suspended for possession or use of alcohol, drugs, and tobacco in secondary schools and, Mr. Speaker, in primary schools. These are children, some barely in their teens, already being exposed to substances that should have no place in their lives. When the culture of alcohol consumption becomes so pervasive that it reaches our classrooms, it becomes clear that this is not just an economic issue, but it is a national crisis. The increased taxes and duties are therefore part of a broader effort to make these products less accessible, especially to our children's youth. Mr. Speaker, this government refuses to look away from the problem. We will not remain silent while preventable tragedies continue to unfold. That is why we have taken the principal decision to increase taxes and duties on alcohol and tobacco, products that destroy more lives than they enrich. But, Mr. Speaker, what is truly disappointing and what is deeply troubling is that the opposition, those members opposite, have chosen thus far not to support these measures. They have turned their backs on the very people they claim to represent. They say they support the poor, yet they oppose a policy designed to reduce harm in vulnerable households. They say they support law and order, yet they refuse to back a measure that will save lives on our nation's roads. Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about doing what is easy or popular. It is about doing what is right. We will act in the best interests of our citizens, even when the opposition lacks the courage to do the same. These increases that we propose today constitute a call to responsibility to make our roads safer, our homes more stable, and our society healthier. Mr. Speaker, no responsible government can ignore the evidence before it. The TTPS has sounded the alarm. the measure before this House is not just about revenue. It is about saving Trinidad and Tobago. It is about responsibility to protect life, to preserve families, and to promote a culture of accountability and care. That is what this government stands for. And that is why, despite the opposition's short-sightedness, we will move forward with this policy, because the lives and well-being of our citizens must come first. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me stress once and for all that alcohol and tobacco are not essential goods. Alcohol and tobacco are not essential goods. These are not necessities. Alcohol and tobacco are addictive and they are luxuries. They are the root of many social ills, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has been trying to shift the conversations away from these issues into the amendments somehow being an attack on low and middle class, as if these goods alcohol and tobacco, are the products that these lower and middle income groups rely on. Again, that is untrue. Mr. Speaker, this government prioritizes rum after food. This government prioritizes medicine before whiskey, healthcare before champagne, education before cigarettes, and as I said, food before rum. Any caring representative of the people will support this move, Mr. Speaker. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to members of the opposition's support as we move forward. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed, and may I remind honourable members that leave has been granted for motions numbers 3 to 7 inclusive to be debated together. Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Faizabad quoted a statement made by Adam Smith in 1776, quite a long time ago, but not relevant at all. And the member opposite also said that these punitive taxes are designed to help the poor. I don't think he believes that. And I don't think any member on his side believes that. Nonsense, to use the terminology of the member for Barataria. I would refer the member, because again, I don't know who writes his speeches. I think I better check that person. I'll refer the member to a quote from Adam Smith a little later on, when he became more in tune with reality. And this is a quote from Adam Smith on how government regulation and taxes might drive a man to drink. And I quote, "Man is an anxious animal and must have his care swept off by something that can exhilarate his spirits. A tax on beer, it is alleged, is an artificial security against drunkenness. But if we attend to it, we shall find that it by no means prevents it. In countries where strong liquors are cheap, as in France and Spain, the people are generally sober. But in northern countries where they are dear, they do not get drunk with beer, but with spirituous liquors." The point that Adam Smith was making when he became more enlightened, that man must have his care swept off by something that can exhilarate his spirits. And this is why I say the member opposite does not believe a word of what he said. I would refer the member to an article in the Journal of Adaptive Human Behavior and Physiology, and that article was published in December of 2016. And the title is "The Functional Benefits of Modest Alcohol Consumption." And that article had this to say: alcohol use has a long and ubiquitous history. I notice a member for Oropouche East making noise, but he knows exactly what I am talking about. Despite considerable research on the misuse of alcohol, no one has ever asked why it became universally adopted. Alcohol consumption was adopted because it has social benefits that relate both to health and social bonding. And this study went on to make the point that alcohol is a potent trigger of the endorphin system. And the medical practitioners among us will know what I am talking about. The link between alcohol and Oropouche East knows exactly what I'm talking about. The link between alcohol and endorphin release is especially relevant given the fact that the endorphin system lies at the heart of social bonding in humans. Now, because alcohol addiction, and this is not to minimize the pernicious effects of the abuse of alcohol and so on, because alcohol addiction has serious medical and social consequences, most research on alcohol has focused on the effects of overconsumption. However, the fact that alcohol continues to be used, especially in social contexts, raises the question of why humans began to use it and why they continue to use it so widely. There are two potential social benefits. One is that alcohol consumption enhances psychological well-being and directly or indirectly promotes the building of close personal bonds that underpin social networks. It functions like many other communal activities, dancing, singing, theater, etc. There are many studies on this. Dunbar 2012, TAR 2015, Pierce 2015. There are many studies on this which I would make available to the member for Faizabad. But no, Oropouche knows all about it. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the findings of this study, essentially, objectively, if one is to be very serious, the findings of this study were that alcohol has been used for the last 7,000 years, and it is the principal benefit of alcohol consumption is in the stimulation of endorphins to create social and community bonding. And anybody, any member opposite who has gone to a bar, a rum shop, or any other place where alcohol is consumed will understand what I am talking about. Alcohol promotes social bonding and promotes the release of endorphins. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we will not support this measure is the fact that just like the 2026 budget, Mr. Speaker, just like the 2026 budget, the numbers in the estimates of revenue are absolutely fraudulent. And the whole basis, the whole argument for increasing the tax on alcohol by 100% is completely false. If I look at the actual numbers themselves, excise duty collected in 2024 was 619 million. The excise duty collected in 2025, 530 million, a significant drop. However, the Minister of Magic is going to increase excise duty collections from 530 million to 1,823 million, or $1.8 billion, somehow more than tripling the collection of revenue from excise duty in 2026. That is absolutely impossible. With respect to rum and spirits, the actual collection of excise on rum and spirits in 2024 was 188 million. A similar number appears in the estimates for 2025, 188 million. For 2026, the estimate is $600 million. Similarly for beer, in 2024, the excise collected was 235 million. In 2025, it went down to 213 million, but somehow, by the wave of some magic wand, it will go up to $640 million in 2026, 3 times as much as what was collected in 2025. Now, with respect to cigarettes, as the Minister of Health, who caused the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to be signed by Trinidad and Tobago in August of 2003, yours truly, as the minister who was responsible for that, I am acutely aware of the adverse health effects of tobacco. Acutely aware. That's why, as Minister of Health, when I went to Geneva in 2003, I authorized the signing on by Trinidad and Tobago of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. However, again, when one looks at the excise that the minister says he will collect, in 2024, the excise on tobacco, 193 million collected. 2024, sorry. It did a deep dive in 2025 to 125 million, and the minister somehow believes that he will collect 311 million in tobacco cigarette taxes in 2026, more than twice as much. I say these figures are absolutely impossible. And I speak from experience, Mr. Speaker. The whole concept of sin taxes, this whole concept, that's a IMF concept, that you should tax these things following the 1776 Adam Smith theory before he became enlightened. The IMF had proposed that we in Trinidad and Tobago take a look at cigarette and tobacco taxes. We did. And in the 2018 budget, we decided as a government to increase the taxes on cigarettes and alcohol, by approximately 20%. The minister has increased the taxes by 100%, 5 times as much. We only increased by 20%. Look at what happened. And you have all these analysts out there that talk about how the demand for alcohol is inelastic. That's nonsense. There's actual evidence. In 2016, the government collected $711 million in excise. In 2017, with the 20% increase in taxation, it was projected that the government would collect $987 million. In reality, the government only collected $692 million, less than the year before, even with a 20% increase in the excise on cigarettes and alcohol. So it didn't work. It just didn't work. And that was only a 20% increase. And that was enough to depress consumption of these products. And you can go into the numbers themselves and you'll see the actual figures. I'll take rum and spirits, for example. In 2016, the government collected $168 million in excise from rum and spirits. The estimate for 2017, based on the 20% increase in taxation, was 205 million. The actual collection of excise on rum and spirits in 2017, after the tax went up by 20%, was $143 million. It went down by over 10%. So the empirical evidence demonstrates that this theory about alcohol demand being inelastic, it just is not borne out by the facts. The other problem I'm having with all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no argument on either side of the House that we need to diversify the economy. There's absolutely no argument about that. One of the areas where Trinidad and Tobago is weak is tourism. One of the areas where Trinidad and Tobago can earn significant revenue in a diversified economy is tourism, growth in tourism. Now, if we are serious about increasing and enhancing and promoting tourism, Mr. Speaker, then why would we seek to double the taxation on alcohol? Because let me tell you what we have done. We are already uncompetitive with the rest of the Caribbean. Our tourism product is uncompetitive in terms of a comparison with Barbados, with St. Lucia, with Antigua, with Jamaica, etc. But let me tell you what the facts are. With the increase in excise on rum, Mr. Speaker, the most commonly used rum in Trinidad and Tobago is White Oak, produced by Angostura. And a 750 milliliter bottle of White Oak is now going to cost 155 Trinidad dollars. That is suggested retail price. There may be outlets that sell it for more than that. By comparison, the cost of the same White Oak in Massey stores in Barbados is $62.87. TT. $62, $18.49 Bajan, which is $62.87 Trinidad and Tobago dollars. So the cost of a bottle of White Oak in Trinidad and Tobago now will be more than twice the cost of the same rum in Barbados. So we all know what tourists come to do when they come to our country. They want to release endorphins. that is why I gave you the medical research. They want to release endorphins. That's why they come to our country. That's why they go on holiday. What else? What else? So that we are already outside the market. And I wonder what the representatives for Tobago have to say about all of this. How is this going to affect the tourism product in Tobago? It can't help it. It can't help it. And I will read now from an article in The Guardian, just 2 weeks ago. And the title of the article is Tobago Braces for Impact of Alcohol Hikes on Carnival. They're just on Carnival alone, not just on everything else. Tobago bar and restaurant owners are warning that the sudden increase in alcohol prices following Monday's national budget could affect spending during next week's Tobago Carnival celebrations, with some already seeing signs that customers may decide to switch to cheaper options. Now, the person who is being interviewed here is by no stretch of the imagination a PNM supporter. This person is a bar owner. And let me just go on again. Mount Irving Hotel General Manager and Director of the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association, Alpha Lord, yesterday said the alcohol duty hike is already raising wholesale costs for businesses, forcing them to revise their pricing to remain viable. The increases are with immediate effect. So we obviously have to review how does that impact our ability to sell at a price that we're selling at. Or do we increase our prices? We have to look at our whole viability. And these are just comments from two individuals in Tobago. The article goes on to speak about many things. But the fact of the matter is Tobago is already competing with far more established tourist destinations in the Caribbean. Far more established tourist destinations. We in Trinidad and Tobago, we suffer from the fact that we are at the end of the island chain. It is far more expensive for persons coming out of North America and Europe to get to Trinidad and Tobago than it is to get to some of the islands that are further north than we are. So that's already a problem. The airfare to get from Europe to Tobago or from North America to Tobago is already higher. It's already an additional expense. And now you are pricing Tobago out of the market with these punitive increases in alcohol taxation. This cannot be good for the tourism market in Trinidad or the tourism market in Tobago. And I wonder if the Minister of Finance consulted with his Tobagonian colleagues when he came up with this draconian increase in taxation. And I can give you another example. I can give you an example of another Caribbean island, St. Lucia, and the cost of a bottle of rum. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say a word when the minister was talking. You know, I seek in your protection.
Orapooch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have identified the true culprits. The cost of a bottle of Bounty rum in St. Lucia is 22 EC dollars or 55 Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Compare that to a bottle of ordinary rum in Trinidad and Tobago at $155. Now, I am just dealing with practical realities. I'm dealing with the fact that the minister's estimate of the taxes that he will derive from these increases is way inflated. There will be smuggling. There will be smuggling. We all know about the smuggling that takes place both in alcohol and in tobacco. This is going to make it worse. This is going to make it worse. And I mean, there's another point I would like to make. The government acquired 10% of the shareholding of Whitco during the first NIF bond issue. And it was worth a significant sum at that point in time. A significant sum. The share price of Whitco before it split in 2019, a 3-for-1 split. But the share price of Whitco, when it split actually, was $40. The share price of Whitco today is $3.81. It has dropped by 90%. So the value that was placed on that 10% of Whitco in the first NIF issue is now a fraction of what it used to be. It's 1/10. And that I tell that to the minister because you may soon have to look for additional assets to deal with the assets that are in NIF because they've lost a lot of value. Republic Bank has lost value. Republic Bank down to $106. You know, when we started off, it was $120. You know, so 105, I'm being told. But I'm coming back to it, that there are unintended consequences in what you do. Because, yes, okay, you're increasing the taxes on tobacco, and as I said, I was the minister who caused us to sign the tobacco control framework. But all you're going to do is cause an increase in smuggling. And right now, the Customs and Excise is struggling to deal with tobacco smuggling. They're struggling to deal with alcohol smuggling. And now you're just giving them a much more difficult job, a far more difficult job. And it is for these reasons that I say that your estimates of revenue are completely unrealistic. The other thing is the effect on employment. There are 100,000 persons who work in the beverage and food sector. 100,000 persons. And already we've seen, I read it today, I mean, one of my favorite people, I'm not afraid to say that. But I saw that Trotters in Gulf City is closing down. And the reason given by the individual is that he can't afford it. He will have to increase the cost of his drinks by 100%. And the destination was already struggling. So he's shutting it down. And the reason he gave is because of the 100% increase in alcohol taxes by the government. Yes, Mr. Speaker, they could laugh all they want, but the fact of the matter is that a number of people are going to be out of jobs now because of the closure of bars and restaurants like that restaurant in San Fernando. And this was actually pointed out to members opposite by one of the independent senators, Senator Francis Lewis, who gave some details of the jobs that are generated, the jobs that occurred and he made the point, and I checked it myself, there are 100,000 persons employed in the food and beverage sector in Trinidad and Tobago, and of this 100,000, 35,000 are employed in small bars and shops. And in those small bars and shops, alcohol sales constitutes 2/3 of their revenue, Mr. Speaker. So, members opposite, they could laugh all they want. They know that these measures are going to hurt people at the lowest end of the spectrum. You know that. And you have to wonder why you did it. And Mr. Speaker, I was trying to figure out why would... Mr. Speaker?
All right, it seems as though too many endorphins are manifesting themselves. So let's continue in some peace, please.
Yes, I might even be tempted to think that perhaps they had a few before they came here.
Well, that's uncalled for.
You never know.
That's uncalled for.
You never know.
Your endorphin level seems to be very high this evening.
Never know. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite know that this measure is having a severe adverse effect on poor people whose only form of recreation sometimes is to have the occasional drink on a Friday afternoon after a hard week's work. They know that. They know that. There are many studies in published journals that look at recreation among low-income groups all over the world, not just in Trinidad and Tobago. And they are representatives just as I am. They have constituents just as I do. And they know that the vast majority of the persons in the low income levels in their constituencies, as in mine, their primary form of recreation on a Friday evening is to go and have a beer in the local bar. They know that. And they know now that they've caused the cost of a bottle of beer to go up by 30%. They know this is a significant increase. I think I heard one of them say that ain't no big thing. So a Carib or a Stag went from $10 to $13, no big thing. That's a 30% increase. That's very, very significant. The cost of a bottle of rum has gone up by a huge amount, Mr. Speaker. And they know it's going to have an effect on their constituents. They know it's not a popular move. So I'm trying to figure out, why did they do this? Why would that government do something that is so unpopular and that is so injurious to people at the lowest levels of the income strata? I tried to figure it out. And I know, Mr. Speaker, I know what happened. You see, remember we had a late budget, eh? They kept pushing down the date because the numbers weren't adding up. The first deficit that the minister was told was somewhere between $17 and $18 billion. That's the first number that the minister got. And that did not include the 10% increase for public servants or the back pay. And of course, you can't have a budget with a $17 billion deficit. You had to look for ways to do two things. One is cut expenditure on paper. So you see it with the fictitious reduction in charges on account of the public debt from 12 billion to 7 billion, although public debt service will probably be higher in 2026 than in 2025. So that's a 5 billion fudge, you take it out. So you reduce expenditure beyond actual realistic levels, deliberately on paper. And then you have to boost up revenue. So you have to figure out, how am I going to balance this budget and paint a pretty picture for the international community. So you cut expenditure down with fictitious numbers, and then you boost up revenue with fictitious numbers. And they looked around and where could I increase revenue? I say, aha, if I increase the tax on rum, I will be able to get $1 billion. That's all that happened here. It's a problem that they faced in trying to balance the budget. That's all. And there will be a backlash. It is unfair to poor people to have this vast increase in the cost of alcohol. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we on this side cannot support the increased tax on alcohol. Thank you.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate on a motion to confirm the following orders, which by agreement have been taken together. I won't repeat the orders just for the economy of time. But just to respond to some of the things that Diego Martin Northeast would have put on the record, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member started off with a quotation in response to the Minister of Finance by Adam Smith, where he indicated essentially that man must have his care swept off by something. Now, Mr. Speaker, I, as well as all of the able-bodied men in this chamber, and maybe women as well too, there are many other things other than alcohol that can have our care swept away. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the member for Diego Martin Northeast is limited in size and other aspects, just simply to alcohol, to have his care swept away. He went on as well too, Mr. Speaker, by talking about the functional benefits of modern alcohol consumption. And I sat here flabbergasted because I know, especially out of everybody that sits on that bench, he is one of the most seasoned persons within this parliament. So to hear him say something like that, I listened even more intently. And he went on to speak about the social benefits and linked to social bonding with respect to alcohol. And then it hit me, Mr. Speaker. I know for a fact that the member for Diego Martin Northeast is not really, and please, Mr. Speaker, if I have to withdraw, I will withdraw. He's not really a liked person, Mr. Speaker. Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
We've been going well all evening.
I apologize.
So let's not go.
He may not have many friends, Mr. Speaker. Right? He may not have many friends. And so to ensure, possibly, Mr. Speaker, possibly, that he has these benefits linked to social bonding, he may imbibe from time to time. But he should speak about himself in that context, and no one else. Mr. Speaker, he went on to say that alcohol is the potent trigger of the endorphin system, Mr. Speaker. Now that I cannot leave on the record. I suspect I know that the member for Port of Spain South, most recently the member for Faizabad I know of, definitely the member for Tunapuna, and even on very rare occasions, but even the member for Urupuch East. We are all members of the gym, Mr. Speaker. And I know that when you lift some weights, you have these endorphin levels that are increased. So to simply say or narrowly put that alcohol is a potent trigger for your endorphin system, well, I would like to educate the member for Diego Martin East, because I see to his lower levels he is changing a bit. And so he should visit the gym. I suspect that there are several gyms around Diego Martin East. And he would quite benefit from releases of endorphins, which could also assist him with respect to social bonding as well too. The member also went on, please, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the effects of alcohol on the tourism industry and whatnot. And I don't know why I thought about this before, and I said, well, maybe this might have been something that would have been raised. I doubt the opposition would go there, but they did in any event. And Mr. Speaker, there has been a phenomenon recently within the world, within the globe, where there are many tourist attractions and many sites that encourage something called dry tourism, Mr. Speaker. What is dry tourism? Dry tourism, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting here from the South and East African Tourism Update, the Daily South and East African Tourism Update. Dry tourism, the inclusive travel trend to watch. As global alcoholic consumption declines and the focus on wellness increases, dry or alcohol-free tourism is emerging as a leading trend. So not every time that you have to encourage persons to your country, you have to tell them that it have an all-inclusive package to so do. There are many beautiful things about Trinidad and Tobago, many waterfalls, many other destinations within Trinidad and Tobago that persons can be encouraged to come to, and you don't have to tell them that they have to drink a stag or a carib to come there. And if that is the mentality of the friends opposite, no wonder why they crash the economy. Because if that is what they tether tourism to, Mr. Speaker, and don't have an iota or an ability to think outside of the box when it comes to something as simple as alcohol and tethering it to tourism, they would have failed in their duty, please, Mr. Speaker. That is all I have to say on that point. And the member went on to speak about trotters, Mr. Speaker. And he said that he had some indication, or he spoke to somebody about trotters, and why trotters closed is because of this particular piece of motion that was coming. Mr. Speaker, again, a simple Google about this trotters issue. They have it up on their page. Trotters, dear San Fernando, after 5 incredible years of challenges, growth, and unforgettable moments, Trotters Gulf City will be closing its doors on Sunday, November 2nd. We thank you for your loyalty, laughter, and the many memories shared. It's been our pleasure serving you. With heartfelt gratitude, Trotters Gulf City. Nowhere in that, Mr. Speaker, do I hear Trotters talking about the Minister of Finance or this particular administration with respect to motions that are being brought before the Parliament. So why peddle misinformation? But this is the normal trend that we are seeing with this opposition. You have to fact check everything they say. But we don't have a problem doing that. Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to these motions on the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced with immediate effect the increases of cigarette excise duties from $5.26 to $10.52 per 20 pack. Spirits and alcohol taxes were doubled from $79.25 to $158.50% of alcohol content, and beer duties were increased from $5.14 to $10.28 by gravity. The Minister of Finance was clear, Mr. Speaker, in the policy intent of the above orders, that is to promote healthier lifestyles in Trinidad and Tobago, as he articulated, and increasing government revenue. Mr. Speaker, the Minister also indicated in his contribution that it was important, especially for members of the public looking and listening on, to understand and appreciate what an excise duty is and what import duties are. And so I won't spend much time at all on that aspect of things, save and except to drive the point home that when it comes to excise duties, it is a type of indirect tax imposed by a government on the manufacture, sale, or consumption of specific goods and services. It is often levied on products that are considered harmful to society, which in this case, such as alcohol and tobacco. The primary purpose of an excise duty is to generate revenue for the government while influencing consumer behavior and discouraging the consumption of certain goods. That is all we're trying to do here. Nothing is objectionable about that. Import duties. An import duty is a tax collected by a country's customs authorities on goods imported into the country. It is also known as a customs duty, tariff, or import tax. The purpose of import duty is to regulate international trade, protect domestic industries, and generate revenue for the government. Import duties can be calculated based on the value of the goods, quantity, weight, or volume, and they may vary depending on trade agreements and economic conditions. It may be calculated as ad valorem tariff, which is imposed based on the estimated value of goods concerned, expressed usually as a percentage, or a specific tariff imposed per unit, example of weight, quantity, or volume of a particular component, regardless of the product's value. And I'll get into those two types of tariffs a bit later on. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of tobacco, allow me to turn my attention to the purpose of the orders relating to tobacco. In Trinidad and Tobago, as the Honourable Minister of Finance indicated as well, deaths from smoking-related causes are record at 899 persons annually, which is suspected as grossly understated in some instances. Globally, according to the World Health Organization, if the tobacco epidemic is left unaddressed, it is estimated that it will kill 1 billion people over the course of this century. According to the World Economic Forum, over the last 10 years, impressive gains have been made in the battle against the tobacco epidemic. Spurred by the World Health Organization Empower Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which entered into force in 2005, most countries have launched comprehensive tobacco control programs. And I wade into that, Mr. Speaker, because at the UNJ, which we attended, I sat as a co-chair of the Committee on NCDs, as well as presented on NCDs. And many countries that participated spoke about the dangers of tobacco usage, as well as alcohol. In order to offset this, the WHO has identified 6 policies encapsulated in the Empower acronym that can stamp out the tobacco epidemic. Monitor, which is the M, tobacco use and the prevention policies. Protect, which is P, people from tobacco smoke. Offer help to quit tobacco use. Warn people about the dangers of tobacco. Enforce bans on tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship. And R, which is what the Minister of Finance is here to do today, raise taxes on tobacco. It is unarguable that a scaled-up and stronger tobacco control effort is required in Trinidad and Tobago. To achieve the World Health Organization's recommended target, at least 30% reduction in smoking prevalence by the year 2030 has to happen, a measure which would lead to the avoidance of ill health, premature mortality, and disability among current and future smokers by the end of the 21st century. A reduction in smoking prevalence of this magnitude is also critical to reaching the health and social targets of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, according to the UN. The benefits of tobacco taxation, however, go beyond public health. Globally, tobacco use depresses economic growth by negatively affecting the labor supply through sickness, absence, disability, and premature deaths, draining public and household budgets with higher treatment costs and lowering human capital accumulation. The best established estimates put the total economic cost of smoking at US $1.4 trillion per year globally, about 1.8% of the world's GDP. These losses are disproportionately borne by low and middle income countries where most smokers live, reinforcing poverty and crowding out productive investment. In the Caribbean, tobacco is a material headwind to small, open economies already battling high, non-communicable diseases burdens. CARPHA reports that 15 to 25% of Caribbean adults smoke, with tobacco-related illnesses responsible for roughly a tenth of regional deaths, while PAHO World Bank analysis attribute 1.4% to 8% GDP in output losses across Caribbean states to NCDs. Trinidad and Tobago is a party of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, or the WHO FCTC, which was one of the first steps in the global fight against the tobacco epidemic. Under this global agreement, parties recognize that price and tax measures are an effective and important means of reducing tobacco consumption by various segments of the population, in particular young persons. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to alcohol. According to data provided by Dr. Maria Clapperton, Director of the Non-Communicable Diseases Unit at the Ministry of Health, she indicated that there has been a noticeable rise in alcohol consumption in Trinidad and Tobago. At a January 2025 Joint Select Committee, it was discovered that findings from the Pan American Health Organization's STEP 2024 survey, which sampled 4,000 adults aged 18 to 69, revealed concerning trends in both lifestyle habits and health outcomes that may have significant implications for public health in Trinidad and Tobago. The study identifies 59.6% of males and 43.4% of females reporting alcohol use in the past month of the survey. While alcohol consumption remains higher among males, a significant increase of 12.5% in alcohol use among females was recorded in Trinidad and Tobago. This country sees on a daily basis the effects of the rise in alcohol consumption in the lives of everyday citizens, in families through alcoholism, and tragically in road fatalities. It is alarming that on a consistent basis, pursuant to information provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, that roughly 10% of road users in any given road operation on any given day are found to be over the alcohol limit. According to the World Bank Group, healthcare expenditure in Trinidad and Tobago amounted to 6.43% of our gross domestic product, which is approximately equal to around 7 billion TT dollars. Increased high healthcare costs negatively affect national development by straining government finances, reducing productivity, and deepening economic inequality. By diverting national resources and placing a heavy financial burden on households and businesses, high costs can lead to economic stagnation and hinder human capital development. What this government expects, as stated by the Minister of Finance, is that the recent amendments in the excise duties on tobacco and alcohol will yield an additional $1 billion, and the proposed increases are necessary to align these changes with contemporary economic conditions that will ensure the continued viability of public services, most importantly within the health sector. On that point, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member for Diego Martin Northeast quoted several different figures in previous years as it pertains to when their administration would have raised taxes on alcohol and tobacco. And the projections that he gave, essentially, that the honourable member gave, essentially demonstrated that although that there were projections for certain figures of a particular nature, they fell woefully short of what was projected. And it was a similar argument that was used in the other place by other individuals of the Senate. But when I thought about that to myself, I said, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, even if you implement a tax and your position is, I will make $1 billion or $300 million, and I end up making $200 million or $800 million instead of the $1 billion, it's still $200 million more than I had before. It's still $800 million more than I had before. And that is a point that has to be made. I turn to the legislative measures. On October 13, 2025, in keeping with the fiscal measures announced by the Honourable Minister of Finance, which were published and had immediate effect, these two orders increased the rates of excise duty on beer, rum, malt beverages, cigarettes, and tobacco by 100%. When this was implemented, the Ministry of Finance received feedback from the local manufacturing sector, where some had indicated that they had now been subjected to a bit of unfair disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that with the existing rates on foreign and CARICOM beer, rum, malt beverages, cigarettes, and tobacco, the Ministry of Finance calculated the buffers, which the Minister of Finance properly well set out in his contribution. However, CARICOM rates on malt beverages, beer, rum, cigarettes, and tobacco needed to be adjusted in light of this, and government made a decision to increase all related alcohol and tobacco products by 100%. As a consequence, the following orders were made on October 17, 2025, and published on October 21, 2025, which form part of this debate. These new excise orders effectively increase the rates on all products that can be in competition with beer, rum, and cigarettes locally. Therefore, it includes imported items such as whiskey, gin, vodka, and cigars. The Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order amends the rate of import duty payable on all CARICOM products exactly on the same terms as our excise rates, which apply only to local manufacturers. This is in keeping with the Common External Tariff as agreed under CARICOM and promotes the free movement of goods between member states. I'm glad you're saying yes. In other words, both locally manufactured products and CARICOM manufactured products are taxed exactly the same, and this has always been the case. Therefore, there is no breach of our obligations under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, as some commentators would have erroneously reported. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to touch on, as some members would have raised, the List C, which is tethered to quoted and the Common External Tariff. Both alcohol and tobacco are listed under List C under the revised Common External Tariff, which contain items in respect of which minimum rates have been agreed by individual member states of CARICOM. It is well within the rights of any member state to raise the duties on these items without the need of any regional approval, only via notification to the CARICOM Secretariat. Finally, in the case of the miscellaneous tobacco tax order, this is an additional tax on foreign tobacco products that is set at the existing rates for local manufacturers. As a result, foreign tobacco products are heavily taxed. Mr. Speaker, I would also like that it be noted that the tobacco tax rates will also increase by 100%. Mr. Speaker, in the case of tobacco products, I'm advised by the Customs and Excise Division that there is a heavy illicit trade in cigarettes. In some instances, cigarettes that are manufactured locally for export to other CARICOM markets and smuggled back into Trinidad and Tobago are now cheaper as excise duties and custom duties have not been applied. This smuggling conversation, Mr. Speaker, as highlighted by the member of Diego Martin Northeast and by members in the other place, is nothing the member, however short it may be. This particular issue that has been highlighted, Mr. Speaker, is not something new to Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, it is something that has been going on for decades. There are many persons within this country that conduct these types of nefarious activities with respect to illegal smuggling of alcohol and tobacco. As a matter of fact, it has even gone further to include other products such as pharmaceutical items, baby food, baby milk, and formula in some instances. And yes, as an administration, we've recognized that it is a problem. But as we have said before, time and time again, although we recognize it to be a problem, this administration will fix it. So, Mr. Speaker, that issue raised by the members that increased taxation of these items will lead to an increase in illicit trade is one which has been considered, as I said before. I want to bring to attention to all members, page 222 of the draft estimates of the development program under Head 85, Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism. There is a project implementation of the National Action Plan to combat illicit trade with an allocation of TT 2.5 million, which demonstrates the seriousness of this administration in fighting this particular form of criminal activity. And I make that point, Mr. Speaker, because in terms of the same line item in fiscal 2025, under the then PNM administration, at page 145 of the same draft estimates of expenditure, under the then Head 48 Ministry of Trade and Industry, shows that there was $0 allocated for this project. Therefore, it is hypocritical for the opposition to raise concerns about an increase in illicit trade with these measures. They need to explain to the population, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, why if they're raising the issues now, no money was allocated to treat with those issues then, which would have been occurring at all levels for 2 and 3 decades within this country. Collectively, Mr. Speaker, this administration has put together several different frameworks to deal with and combat illicit trade of these types of goods within the country. There are components to strengthen the legal framework to combat illicit trade, strengthen the capacity of government and enforcement agencies to combat illicit trade, enhance collaboration among regulatory and enforcement agencies, increase public awareness of illicit trade and the associated dangers. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance also touched on issues related to the WTO bound rates. And I think it is important, at least for members present who may not be aware as to how these bound rates operate and how they are calculated and dealt with by the WTO, to touch on this as well too. Trinidad and Tobago's WTO bound rates, which is an ongoing exercise with the WTO. Trinidad and Tobago's WTO bound rates on all items are ad valorem tariffs, although its applied rates are a blend of ad valorem and specific rates depending on the item. Notably, however, the country's applied tariff rates on alcohol are specific rates. Therefore, to determine compliance or congruence with the WTO bound rate, the ad valorem equivalent, the AVE, of the specific tariffs must be calculated. Although the World Trade Organization has no confirmed formula for calculating the AVE, there are 2 formulas typically used. And I will give you a development of that position within Trinidad and Tobago. In 2012 and 2019, the WTO Trade Policy Review, the WTO Secretariat flagged the matter but could not confirm that the applied rates were excessive, given that it did not have the data to conduct the AVE calculations. In several bilateral engagements, the EU and the UK have raised the assertion that Trinidad and Tobago WTO bound rates exceed its applied rates on alcohol products. Trinidad and Tobago has made no such admission and has maintained that it will continue its investigations into the matter. The UK raised the matter on Trinidad and Tobago's bound rates on alcohol at the WTO Committee on Market Access meeting held from 15 to 16 October 2025. The matter is a long-standing issue flagged by the WTO as early as 2012 and again in 2019. And in relation to treating with the instances where the applied rates exceed the WTO bound rates, Trinidad and Tobago reserved its right to modify its WTO tariff schedule in 2020 and again in 2023. This step is the first procedural step to be taken to address any potential non-compliance with the country's bound rates.
Half a minute, unless you want your 15 minutes.
I'll take it about 5 minutes. I'll take the 15 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Trinidad and Tobago reserved its position by notification dated 24 July 2020 for modifications to the WTO schedule to be made during the period commencing 1st January 2021 to 1st January 2024, and then on the 13th of December 2023 for the period January 2024 to January 2027. However, to date, these negotiations have not been conducted. As a result, no modifications have been made. As noted above, in bilateral and multilateral discussions on alcohol rates, Trinidad and Tobago made no admission to the applied rates exceeding the bound rates, and the stated position is that the matter is being looked into. We did not reach here in any vai-ki-vai way, Mr. Speaker. This is something that the government put a lot of thought into. We appreciate the arguments that would have come out of the sector, and that is why there would have been a lot of consultation that would have been adopted and taken place to ensure that these rates that have now been tabled would not affect persons in the manner in which persons opposite to us are saying that they would. And we would ensure essentially, Mr. Speaker, going forward as we review these rates, that they do not hurt the common and normal man on the street. There will still be persons who will be going out there and having a good time and determining whether or not for themselves they need to have social ties and linkages. They need to have a drink. If that is what the member for Diego Martin Northeast is comfortable with, well, he can still go out and do that. I'm certain he's more than able and capable of so doing. But for other persons, Mr. Speaker, who would like to go on dry tourism tours or have their endorphin levels raised in different ways, we are making it possible for them to do so. And there's nothing objectionable about what the government has tabled here today, and we would humbly ask members opposite to reconsider their positions in light of the fact that they've moved nothing reasonable at all for us to consider that these measures are somehow disproportionate in what they are aimed to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Diego Martin West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address this honorable House. You know, I listened to the member for Tabakit, and I noticed most of the members on his side were sleeping during his presentation. Now added to which, of all people to talk about not being liked, Mr. Don't worry, we send the money now. He's here to talk.
Okay. That is uncalled for. I stopped him. I stopped him when he went down that road, and I'm stopping you now. That is uncalled for. That is entirely uncalled for. We've been getting on well all afternoon. Why are you going there? Don't go there. Come on, move on without...
No problem, Mr. Speaker. No problem, Mr. Speaker. I humbly apologize. Now, the member raised, trotters. And he said, he saw the posts on social media. But much like the post that he talks about, you have to read the surrounding story. And that is the important part about when you come to the parliament to speak, right? If you read the actual story, he noted TNT's slow post-COVID recovery and the shifting of consumer spending, which has led to the restaurant industry still reeling globally from pandemic disruptions, facing what he calls an extinction event caused by steep new taxes and spiraling input costs. Read the story. Now, listen. There's so much more that I want to say. As he mentioned, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, and it's hard to see someone come here, struggle with certain things, and then you're talking to a member of parliament that has been here more than 30 years, whose achievements are taller than your dreams can ever be. Now, he also took time to explain excise duty, and I'm sure the AG appreciates that. So let's talk about the illicit trade item that he mentioned. Now, this is a new item, and if you know how to read the yellow box, you know new items won't have been there before now. So if they're not there before, then obviously there will be no figure, because it wasn't there before. You know, that's how it works. Learn to read the books. So, Mr. Speaker, as a young man that has pursued ACCA, has my MBA, at the core of me, I'm an entertainment industry professional. And today I rise because these particular amendments are an attack on the entertainment industry of Trinidad. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. The member for Tabakit spoke about tourism. Our biggest tourism driver is Carnival. And that is the truth about Trinidad and Tobago, and that's what we need to remember. Today, I rise on behalf of every Boer man that uses punching as part of the ritual, every Parangdero who carries on the culture. The pan men who they took away funding from, the mask makers, every masquerader, every DJ, every promoter, and every carrier of our culture and tourism product. This is serious. We have a serious entertainment industry in Trinidad and Tobago, and it is one of our greatest exports to all over the world, without a doubt. And part of that, whether or not you like it, is alcohol. That is, whether or not you like it, it is what it is. It is part of what people come to Trinidad and Tobago to enjoy. Now let's talk about the government's rationale versus reality. Now, they claim that this 100% increase is well thought out. It's a move designed for a multi-pronged result, namely to raise all this revenue and curb excessive drinking. Now, you know, Trinidad and Tobago is a country we spend so much money on education, and the people of this country will not be fooled. And when we talk, and I want to go a little more into education here. So if we're going to raise revenue from doing this, why don't we take some of that revenue and put it into an education program to educate people about the effects? It is absent because that is not the point of it. It is not about people staying away from it. It is about the Minister of Finance trying to raise money and trying to raise a pie in the sky figure that is unrealistic. Now, let's go a little bit further. The members also mentioned on the other side that, you know, we want to carry down road fatalities. Yet, the members on the other side are the ones that removed all the demerit points, all the different things put in place to bring down road fatalities in our country. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to allow anyone to be fooled or let them feel that the people will be fooled by these things. One of the things about this particular amendment when it comes to alcohol and even the cigarettes, one of my constituents, Shannon Walters, she came to me yesterday and she said she lost her job in URP. And she said, MP, I am not a ghost. Now, she also said one of her ways of escaping, just for a little bit, not excessively, moderately, to just escape for a little bit, is taking a little thing. And that's what it is. Now, we're in a situation where that is an increased expense on her. Now, he came here. Now, you all mentioned dry tourism, and again, in 2026, the biggest song will be a song from years gone by. They raise the price of rum in the budget. And let me touch on something else, right? No, relax, Labray. Collateral damage is not what's happening here today. Right? That's not happening here today. Yeah. So, they spoke about consultation. And it's interesting that they came back now to talk about consultation. The consultation wasn't there before, and they still have not consulted with all the stakeholders. I'll tell you why. Barkeepers and Owners Association of Trinidad and Tobago admitted they are still scrambling to assess the impact because a 100% increase is something that you really cannot absorb. It's not a minor increase, it's a significant increase. In plain terms, no business can simply swallow a 100% jump in tax on its stock. These costs will be passed on to consumers, or else those businesses face ruin. That's one. Let me give you another one. They also say with razor-thin margins, even in good times, this sudden tax doubling is an existential threat to them. Even local manufacturers are feeling the squeeze, including our iconic brewers and distillers like Carib and Angostura. Immediate price increase on popular products to cope with the new duty. They tried to spare some items, but staples like Caribbean and even our beloved rum are going up in cost. Cutbacks jeopardize jobs, stifle investment. That is what this does. Now, let's talk a little bit about the people that it's going to affect in a very big way, which is the people who are promoters. A lot of these promoters have already sold their Fed tickets at whatever price. This 100% increase now moves them from a profit margin to a loss. This is also so with a lot of the mass bands, because the mass bands have already sold all-inclusive costume packages, and this now puts them in a situation where they will make a loss. The entertainment industry is wheeling when it comes to this one. Now, speaking to one of the band leaders, they said it is a steep increase and we already priced for the road. Some people already paid off for their costume. We're trying to see if any concessions could be made, but doubt anything will happen there. Another band leader, this move can immediately move our profit position to a loss, and where does it put us in terms of regional carnival competitiveness? You see, increasing alcohol price in Trinidad and Tobago, as outlined by the member for Diego Martin Northeast, puts us in a much less competitive state where we're not going to be able to compete against some of the other carnivals within our region effectively, because now coming to Trinidad and Tobago Carnival is at an even higher cost. Now, speaking to the Promoters Association, we respectively submit this letter to express our concern regarding the recent increase in alcohol duties and to affirm our commitment to constructive engagement on this matter. As you are aware, the event and entertainment sector, particularly during carnival season, serves as a cornerstone of national tourism, employment, and economic vitality. The timing of these duty adjustments presents significant challenges, as promoters have already initiated marketing campaigns, sold tickets, and entered into contractual agreements based on prior pricing structures. In other words, again, from a profit position to a loss position. And I hear the member for Tuna Puna speaking in the background, but I know every time he reads, So the stakeholder engagement, although the Minister of Finance is saying it was there, it is clear from actually speaking to the stakeholders, this was absent. This is not how inclusive policy is made. This is not a democracy in terms of the way they approach this. It's not just a courtesy to engage the stakeholders. It often brings up practical issues and solutions. For example, if you spoke to the actual stakeholders, Minister of Finance, you would have known a stepped increase, 50% now, another 50% a year later, to ease the transition, or a smaller across-the-board rise combined with targeted levies on high alcohol products. It would have worked in your favor. It would have worked. They might have warned the minister about the CARICOM import duty imbalance that was overlooked in so many ways. The 100% hike applies to so many different things. And again, governance on the fly. By sidestepping this meaningful engagement, the government also forfeited public buy-in. A policy like this, if communicated well and introduced gradually, might have been accepted as necessary for the greater good. Instead, it came across as a decree on high, fostering resentment. The opposition, we strongly believe that policies imposed without consensus often fail in implementation. We're already seeing calls in many different areas to mitigate and to end this cost increase. The government now faces industry backlash, public outcry, and this could have been tempered if they listened before acting. Yes. Now, I listened to the minister speak on low-income populations, and he said, there's more use from low-income populations. So therefore, we end the programs that employ the low-income earner. We remove the school book grant, and we reduce the school feeding program. Now the thing the low-income earner does to relax and find a small release from life, you drastically increase the cost. UNC wins, and the poor man is made to spend more. You see, Mr. Speaker, let us not forget the human impact on the consumers, the ordinary men and women of this country. The opposition, we fully support responsible drinking and public health. But again, we notice that in this debate, when it comes to this particular matter, even in the Senate, the Minister of Health has not joined the debate. None. So how can you tell us it is a health issue? The debate is still going on, but he's yet to speak. So we punish the ordinary citizen. So we punish the ordinary citizens and the business community to cover its fiscal gaps. The trust between the people and this government has once again been eroded in just a few short months, and this draconian tax is a prime example of why. We must consider culture and tourism in this particular issue. This is terrible timing, and the government has come across as the Grinch that has stole Christmas and Carnival. And Tobago, I see you found a voice. Are you all allowed to speak today? Are you all allowed to speak? So, and again, as the member for Diego Martin Northeast stated, in Tobago, the bar owners are already reeling about this. And when you talk about different carnivals around the world and different festivals, quite often there are increases in taxes.
Mr. Speaker, 53(1)(e). I would like to hear the contribution of the member. Please.
I think on the lower benches they've been exchanging it amongst themselves quite regularly. But I will appeal to everyone. Okay, allow the member to continue. The exchange has been lively and healthy, no doubt spurred on by the overabundance of endorphins summoned by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. But let's move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to continue. I know Tobago's endorphins are rise. They rise up now. And again, because we had Carnival in Tobago recently, and again I say congratulations to all of the cultural practitioners in Tobago, those that came from different parts of the world and contributed to it as well. So what we see in many jurisdictions is when we raise taxes or we raise the price of items in 1 year, you may not feel it in that year. What happens in continued years, the following year, is when you will see the impact. And I highly suspect that next year you may even see the impact in terms of Tobago Carnival. Now, one of the grave concerns about abrupt tax spike is the magnitude, is the incentive it creates for illicit trade. Now, they mentioned this particular new initiative, and that's all well and good. But in reality, the smugglers will find a way in this particular instance. We have evidence from other nations. In South Africa, nearly 1 in 5 drinks sold is now illegal due to tax-fueled illicit trade. Criminal networks thrive on arbitrage, the price gap that policy creates. Here in TNT, if a case of beer or rum from a nearby duty-free port can be snuck in and sold 30 to 40% cheaper than the tax product, some unscrupulous operators will do just that. That means lost revenue for the state, and what the Minister of Finance is claiming is his figure is even lower. Another unintended consequence is the potential drop in legitimate sales, undermining the very revenue they're banking on. Now, there's a concept in economics called the Laffer curve concept, which even government-friendly analysts have cited, suggests there's a tax rate beyond which people either drastically reduce consumption or find ways around the tax, causing revenue to fall short. And this is exactly what you can expect. Tunapuna, do I need to give you a book to read about this?
Why don't you do that?
Further health outcomes might not improve as intended. The price of regulated beer and rum soars. Heavy drinkers might turn to dangerous substitutes. And we all know in Trinidad and Tobago that some individuals seek the home remedies and the more dangerous forms of cigarettes and alcohol. It's something that we have heard about many times. So I also want to go to different jurisdictions step by step so we can look at things comparatively. In South Africa, a country with a comparable alcohol industry, they've seen how excessive taxes can hollow out the legal market. Over the past decade, their heavy sin tax contributed to a thriving illicit alcohol market, now comprising nearly 20% of all alcohol consumption, costing that government around $16.5 billion in lost tax revenue last year. So again, we see the impacts that it can have. This evidence tells us that beyond a certain point, high tax yields diminish returns. If people stop buying legal drinks or find ways to evade the tax, the state could actually collect less revenue than expected. Again, the classic Laffer curve in action, and the government perilously close to the tipping point where tax hikes backfire. Now, when we look at the UK, about a decade ago, the government attempted an alcohol duty escalator. Yearly increases on beer, wine, spirits, taxes above inflation. After a few years, the policy was met with fierce industry and public pushback as pubs closed and beer sales slumped. By 2014, the UK scrapped this escalator and even cut beer duty for the first time in decades. Kenya, just last year, the Kenyan government included steep tax hikes on fuel and other items, including alcohol, in a finance bill. The result? Massive public protests erupted nationwide, with citizens saying it increased the cost of living. And we expect a similar situation here in Trinidad and Tobago. In Canada, people had to move to some provinces, raise the taxes, and people just went to different provinces to buy their alcohol and bring it back in. In Australia, they once imposed a very high tax on certain premixed cocktails to curb youth drinking. Savvy consumers just switched to other spirits, home mixes, and even the black market of alcohol. So importantly, tax hikes have led to revenue declines if we look at different jurisdictions. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the opposition is not arguing for alcohol to be dirt cheap, for the government to abandon its revenue needs. We are arguing balance, fairness, and common sense. This particular order and these accompanying orders are well-intentioned on the surface, and we do not buy what the Minister of Finance is turning it to be. And we do not buy what the Minister of Finance is turning it to be. These U-turns or negative outcomes, we're just not buying it as an opposition and as a people in Trinidad and Tobago. We urge the government to reconsider the policy before lasting damage is done. At minimum, implement a more phased approach, perhaps reducing the excise doubling to a 50% increase now and maybe a remainder in a year. Earmark a portion of the new revenue to actually fund alcohol abuse treatment and education. Give credence to the public health rationale, and by all means, step up the enforcement rigorously if these taxes remain. Do not let the black market undercut our legal business and siphon away the funds you hope to gain. And again, I urge you to meet with those involved in the entertainment industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Independent Senator Lalit Etienne said it best. This government needs to level with the population on the hardships to come. This is yet another hardship put on the people of Trinidad and Tobago by this government. So, Mr. Speaker, St. Augustine, let's keep on a swift path. So, Mr. Speaker, for culture, for tourism, for entertainment and industry, I hope to raise my glass to good sense and not this bad policy prevailing. I want us to be in a good spirit and be able to enjoy a good spirit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of its business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of this business before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat here and listened to two members opposite contribute on a very straightforward piece of legislation, a motion asking for support for particular purposes of increasing duties on alcohol and tobacco. It was amazing to me to hear what the P&M policy was. And I understand now why several persons, including the former Minister of Finance, jumped and ran from contributing to the budget, because this was part of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the P&M policy promote the exact opposite of what I said. I listened to the P&M policy promote the need for alcohol consumption. Oh, the poor man needs alcohol. We are victimizing the poor man because they need cigarettes. Mr. Speaker, I was careful in my conclusion, in case they were missing it, to focus the attention in. Because the UNC policy is not that. The UNC policy, and I said it, food before rum, medicine before whiskey, healthcare before champagne, education before cigarettes. That is the UNC policy. For those members opposite, and I'm disappointed in the younger ones, those members opposite, their champion position today was to forget everything else. Leave the status quo alone so that the poor man could drink and smoke and kill themselves that way. That is the policy. That's impractical. Mr. Speaker, the member for Diego Martin West. The member for Diego Martin West. So I will finish where he started off. The member for Diego Martin West was very concerned that he had a representative come to him speaking about this poor CPEP worker who, you know, the little thing that she had no money. Things were bad with her. Really, really bad. She was frustrated. His heart was grieving. And I understand that, you know. Poor thing. But what she wanted to do? She wanted to drink. She wanted to drink. What are you encouraging, sir? What is the PNM encouraging? That is an indictment against yourselves and your party. It is an indictment against yourselves and your party. And worse, the member comes and boasts about being an entertainer. And before you came to the chamber, my friend, I had greatest of respect for you. Great, you were a good performer, you were a good entertainment personnel. Until until you started to pay half-words, but that's a different story. But the entertainment industry, apparently, according to the PNM, is only about one thing: drink and smoke. I have news for you all. There's a whole other side of the entertainment industry. A whole other side. You all need to refocus. That is why you are there and we are here. Because the only thing you will give to the entertainment industry is drink more and smoke more. Mr. Speaker, they are very concerned all of a sudden. They are very concerned. Both members suddenly discovered our colleagues in Tobago, from Tobago. Oh no, they're real concerned about Tobago. They're very concerned. Tourism in Tobago. They think that these initiatives, which will put money into the coffers of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to spend on proper things, on health and on education, on infrastructure, etc. This measure, which will treat with the high incidence of alcohol abuse, etc. This measure, the concern will affect Tobago Carnival. It will affect Tobago tourism. Not only is there another side of entertainment, but there's a whole other side of tourism. Is it that members opposite the PNM think that Tobago only go to drink and smoke? Is that what you think? Because that is what not what Tobago tourism is about, you know. That's not what Trinidad and Tobago is about. So while the member was talking and carrying on in his both members, in their misinformation that entertainment industry is only about drinking and smoking, and Tobago tourism is only about drinking and smoking, and Trinidad tourism is only about drinking and smoking, I searched the websites thanks to Google. So not only you can Google, Chief, we can Google too. So I searched your website, so, Mr. Speaker, and on none of the tourist-related sites, none of the sites that promote Trinidad and Tobago to tourists aboard, none of those say, come and drink and make merry. You know what they talk about? They talk about our culture. They talk about the warmth of our people. They talk about our beaches. They talk about Diwali. They talk about Christmas. They talk about Parang. Parang is not about drinking rum. Parang is about culture. Christmas is not about drinking rum. Christmas is a religious event. That is your focus. Disappointing. 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 Very disappointing. But they cry about tourism. So now, because of this, according to the PNM, tourists will shut down. But you know, Mr. Speaker, for the last 5 years, I will treat it, there's more, but just for the last 5 years, prices of these products were the same. Prices of these products, the alcohol and the tobacco products, were the same. But the tourism potential of this country went to hell. You know why? The United States, Canada, and other countries were telling their citizens, don't come to Trinidad because they got dead. Because the PNM facilitated the rampant growth of crime in this country. So the effect on tourism of the rampant crime didn't bother them. Alcohol, tobacco. That is what bothering these people opposite. That it is amazing. Not one of them got up and said, you know what? No, you know what? Maybe the people on this side who speak about the need to curb the abuse of alcohol and engage in drunk driving, the social issues, maybe there's some value. None of them. The only thing they talk about is rum. How to leave it alone. Leave it alone. Drink and make merry. When you're dead, you go bury. Smoke. I have to deal with that just now. Remind me. So just to conclude that section. Colleagues here spoke about, the members opposite spoke about tourism. But they are the ones that shut down the hotel school. They are the ones. So they facilitated crime. They left it alone. They did not do anything to protect our borders. They didn't. What a sad web you weaved. See. Oh, no. Let's leave. He knew. He's new. Leave him alone. He's new. Careful, Chief. I'm coming to you. Pay attention. I'm coming to you. So they shut down the hotel school. Crime ran rampant, and you still think tourists will come here. Now we're fixing the issue with crime. We did something earlier today, right here. They're vexed with that too. They didn't talk about the hotel school, you know. We have spoken about it. It is ironic that every single thing we try to do on this side to fix this country, those on the opposite side try to sabotage it. They vote against it. They vote against improving health care. They vote, Mr. Speaker, those persons on the opposite side, this is the weakest, most unproductive, unpatriotic opposition this country has ever seen. Worried about tourism, my foot. Domestic violence, the abuse of children, sexual abuse, dangerous driving, reckless driving, deaths, because that is what they want. That is the TNM version of population control. Mr. Speaker, member for Diego Martin West, again, he spoke about the need for consultation. Where was he, the honorable member? Where was this honorable member when another one of his colleagues from his neighboring constituency, a former, was gleefully rubbing his hands, boasting about raising the price of gas over and over again? Where's the consultation? What did he say then? What did the honorable member say?
Nobody riot yet.
And the focus was nobody riot yet. Because that is how they view persons' reactions. They need to see that kind of conduct. That is why today they're anxious to talk about war. That's the conduct that they want. But Trinidad and Tobago citizens are too smart for that. They assume people are stupid, but we are not. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Diego Martin Northeast, I have a very short time to spend for him. The honorable member for Diego Martin Northeast made big way. It's impossible to achieve the amount of revenue that you're talking about from this measure because he did it. And because he did it and he admits he failed, nobody else could do it. You know what else this honorable minister did? You know, he thinks Trinidad and Tobago have short memory. He thinks we have short memory. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago doesn't forget. Social media is a reminder, and I'm here to remind them too. The other thing that he did, so he raised the cost and did not get the revenue he expected. But you know why, sir? He did not get the revenue that he received because the agency that was supposed to ensure that he collected it, he sabotaged it. The Customs and Excise, the very Customs and Excise division that the member for Diego Martin Northeast was dependent on to collect the increases, the very Customs and Excise that he was depending on, the very Board of Inland Revenue, the Inland Revenue Division that he was depending on to collect the revenue, he sabotaged them. So they were operating with a fraction of the personnel.
Mr. Speaker, 48.6.
You see, all right, whilst I hear you with that, you have to, it's a matter of context and it's a matter of balance. The member for Diego Martin Northeast, and I took a note because I fully expected this would happen, described the figures as completely false and fictitious. So there has to be a contextual response. Minister of Finance, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The truth offends, but I will not be distracted, Mr. Speaker. Not be distracted at all. Those opposite cannot fathom or accept that others will do more with less than they had. This government will succeed with them or without them. The country is hoping, the country of Trinidad and Tobago citizens are hoping that at some time, those opposite will find a patriotic bone in their body. But as my colleague, the Honorable Attorney General says, I am innocent in all of these things. I really hope that somewhere, somehow, light will dawn on them, and all of them, or any of them, and they will realize that this country needs everybody to get together for us to win, for us to build our country. But I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, God is good. God is good, and his mercies endure forever. We are on this side. We are on this side. But we represent every single, including them, every single citizen in this country. And these measures, as described today, will benefit every single citizen. It may not be how they, members on the opposite want it, the opposite side want it, Mr. Speaker. But we will achieve the revenue that we have specified and more. Because one of the things that we are doing is empowering and equipping and resourcing the Inland Revenue Division, the Board of Inland Revenue, Customs and Excise, to ensure that we are able to collect the taxes, the revenues, the duties that we have said that we want to get and that we have prescribed by law. Mr. Speaker, both members from Diego Martin spoke about smuggling. Both of them. That these measures will encourage greater smuggling. I don't know if they were not paying attention. I said so. You know what I said, Mr. Speaker? And the evidence bears me out. That without corrective action, measures like this will obviously encourage smuggling. Obviously. That is what happened previously. But you think that they would have learned from those mistakes, but they didn't. It comes back again to customs and excise. And in my presentation, when I opened this, I said, Mr. Speaker, that I had spent a long time in the budget debate, spending enough time to explain to members opposite how much work that the laser focus that this government had placed on equipping the customs and excise with the equipment and the resources, the human resources, etc., to ensure that issues such as smuggling is treated with. We will get the revenue we say we will, because we are committed to take the actions necessary to ensure that criminal misconduct is stopped. That is what they can't do. That is what they wouldn't do. That is what they didn't do. That is what they don't want us to do. I have never before seen, Mr. Speaker, I have sat on the opposite side before. Yeah, I run out of time. Mr. Speaker, can you advise how much time I have, please?
I think you have 12 minutes.
Lots of time, Mr. Speaker. Lots of time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that we will do what is necessary to ensure that we achieve the objectives that we have set out to be, because there is political will on this side. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to treat with another matter, because I was very curious and very concerned as to why members on the opposite side would be so focused on alcohol and promotion of this unfortunate abuse of alcohol. Yep, that's the bill, but your focus is on promoting the use of alcohol. But, Mr. Speaker, It's not just here. During the budget debate, it was the same thing. Well, I don't want to go backwards. But I said, Mr. Speaker, that I've sat on that side before. And I've spent about 40 years following this chamber, doing research, etc., and participating in the analysis and critique of budget debates and things like these. And on every occasion, when comments were made by us, when we were on that side, it was about building the nation. It was about finding solutions to issues. Ironically, the members on the opposite side now can only find problems, no solutions. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are on this side, and the country has already put them on that side. And unfortunately, the way they are going, it is clear that they will stay where they are. They will stay in opposition for the rest of their natural lives. Mr. Speaker, in research for this debate, I looked at what exists in the Ministry of Finance as well. Mr. Speaker, there are two sets of documents. Well, I can't exhibit, I can't demonstrate, but I have a very thick document here that is titled Disposal of Seizures, Alcoholic Beverages, August 2015 to September 2025. Mr. Speaker, you know what this is? This is a document in which the ministers of finance, and there have been several ministers, are required to sign off when we have seizures of alcoholic beverages. We have agencies and entities and persons who will apply and say, can you give us some of what you have seized for our event? The ministers of finance signed that off. Mr. Speaker, when I became Minister of Finance, these things were presented to me. The folder, this is a summary. The folder is this big. Yesterday, they brought to me a small folder like this, because now the folder is too big to walk around with. So they've added another layer of a folder. Mr. Speaker, I have a list, and some of these things will be very intriguing to you, Mr. Speaker, because in the interest of time, 26th of November 2015, Anthony Garcia, MP for Arima, 1 case of vodka, 1 case of rum, 3 cases of brandy, 1 case of whiskey. And I could go on and on, but there's one issue here that I want to summarize. Prime Minister's office, 9 times in 9.5 years. 9 times in 9.5 years, Mr. Speaker. December 1, 2016. December 1, 2016, end of the year party. And some of those opposite would have been fetting and living and large. 6 bottles of whiskey, 6 bottles of rum, 6 bottles of brandy, 6 bottles of vodka. 28th of December 2016, 6 bottles of Johnny Walker Blacks, 5 bottles of Bailey, 4 bottles of Hennessy, 4 bottles of Black Label rum, 2 bottles of White Coat rum, 6 bottles of Absolute vodka, 1 case of red wine, 1 case of white wine. What? July 7, 2017, Office of the Prime Minister. 10 bottles of White Oak, 10 bottles of Black Label rum, 10 bottles of brandy, 10 bottles of vodka, 10 bottles of brandy again. It goes on, Mr. Speaker. 2019.
Point of order, 48.1. How is this relevant to the alcohol tax? Come on.
Well, quite apart from that, you see, if you understand what the minister is reading from, you understand how customs works. Hold on, I'm not inviting a discussion.
Mr. Speaker,
No, it is very relevant to the issue of smuggling. It is very relevant to the issue of smuggling. Smuggling was raised as a bugbear. The minister is entitled to say how the smuggled items. You seize alcohol. Look. All right, leader of government business, okay. Alcohol is seized by the Customs and Excise Department for either it's prohibited or some infraction of the customs laws. It's then stored and then it's distributed on requisition. So that we're dealing with smuggled items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, 14th of December 2019. You see, I will stop if you tell me I'm wrong. But this is fact. 14th of But more coming in, Mr. Speaker. 14th of December 2019, Office of the Prime Minister, 5 bottles of whiskey, 5 bottles of brandy, 5 bottles of vodka, 5
point of
bottles
order
of rum.
48.1, please. What does this have to do with the bill, Mr. Speaker?
I rule on that, San Fernando. Have a seat.
There's a ruling there already. What are you afraid of? November, yes, they want to eat up my time. November 2020, 6 bottles of scotch, 3 bottles of red rum, 3 bottles of white rum, 5 bottles of Bailey, 6 bottles of wine, 4 bottles of Hennessy, 3 bottles of port. And that I have only reached item 5. 5 times. No. There's much more. Mr. Speaker, 9 times in 9.5 years. This is for the disposal of seizures to the Office of the Prime Minister. This ran all the way down to 2024. I cannot tell. Oh, yes. April 2025. April 17th, just to be clear. 2025. Office of the Prime Minister, retirement function. 17th of April 2020. I now know why they were jumping up, you know. 4 bottles of Malibu coconut rum, 4 bottles of Campari, 4 bottles of Johnny Walker, 4 bottles of Absolute Vodka, 4 bottles of Diamond Reserve rum, 4 bottles of Banco assorted wines, 2 bottles of Jose Cuervo. Mr. Speaker, that is the 17th of April 2025 from disposal of seizures. Assets that were seized and used 9 times in 9.5 years. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. It gets worse. That is from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I have another issue here in which ministers, members of Parliament under the PNM, what you ducking from? Don't distract me. Don't distract me. Don't distract me. No. Careful what you wish for.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Event. Mr. Speaker, there's a former minister.
Mr. Speaker, 48.6, please. What is the member imputing?
There's a former minister who received 2 bottles of 1919.
There is no imputation. Read the standing order. Facts are facts. Imputations are inferences.
Yeah. I know the member. I'm seeing here. I am seeing here. And you could tell, well, you could take privileges. Take me to the privileges. Bring it. Bring the privileges. I'm seeing here a former minister who received alcohol. I'm seeing the mayor of Port of Spain who received 6 bottles of 1824, 6 bottles of Angostura 7 rum, 6 bottles of Black Label, 24 bottles of White Oak, 12 bottles of Tito vodka, 6 bottles of Merlot, 6 bottles of Sauvignon Blanc, and 5 hampers. The mayor, who is that fellow? This is in 2024. But let me tell you something. I know the member for Port of Spain South. Benefited from this largesse. Bring it. Member of Parliament Keith Scotland. Product donation.
Okay, only one person. Everybody sit down. Everybody have a seat. Minister of Finance, you have a minute and a half again.
This is the objective, Mr. Speaker. Event, PNM September Affair, Gala Fundraising 2024. 17 bottles of 70 bottles of champagne, 40 bottles of Bolinga. I didn't even know what that was. Champagne, Bulinga, 30 bottles of La Hoste Demisec, totaling 17. Mr. Speaker, 2 premium hampers. Mr. Speaker, Angostura. That is why they were so busy, Mr. Speaker, and that's why all they could talk about is alcohol. PNM September affair, they could correct. Mr. Speaker, I said bring it to the privileges. Fact, this is 2024 and it happened in 2023 and God knows when else it happened. This is all I got so far. Mr. Speaker, the abuse of this citizenry, the abuse of public access, the abuse of the taxpayers of this country has come to an end, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance, motion number 4.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 4 standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, chapter 7850, that the minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty, and from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect, and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order 2025 was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act and first published in the Gazette on the 13th day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, Mr. Speaker, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Members, the question is, be resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance, motion number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 5 standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, chapter 7850, that the minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty, and from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution will have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2 Order 2025 was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act and first published in the Gazette as legal notice number 382 of 2025 on the 21st day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2 Order 2025 be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is it is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2, Order 2025 be confirmed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion number 6, Minister of Finance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 6, standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, Chapter 7850, that the minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty, and from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to the Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Number 2, Order 2025, was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provisions Act, and first published in the Gazette as legal notice number 384 of 2025 on the 21st day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Number 2, Order 2025 be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Amendment Number 2, Order 2025 be confirmed. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion number 7, Minister of Finance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 7, standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 7 of the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, that the President may by order increase or reduce any export or import duty of customs, or impose any new import or export duties of customs, and from the date of the publication of the order in the Gazette, and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of the said section that every order issued under that section shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 was made under Section 7 of the Customs Act and first published in the Gazette as legal notice number 385 of 2025 on the 22nd day of October 25. And whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is, be it resolved that the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands